Hello guys, I am Praise and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how to create a freelance website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And if you haven't learned JavaScript yet, or if you are still learning JavaScript, you can just skip the JavaScript part of this project and follow along for the HTML and CSS design. So let's go ahead and get started. Today we are going to be using Font Awesome icons. Let's head over to this website called CDNJS, and in the search bar search for Font Awesome. Search for Font Awesome and you can see it right here. It should appear. Font Awesome, this is it. And when that loads up, you are going to see this link right here. Click on this link and paste what you've got, which is the CDN and the head tag, and that should do it. And we're also going to be using Just for our font family. Head over to Google Fonts, and when you're in the website, search for Just in the search bar. This is it right here. Click on Get Fonts and click on Get Embed Code, and right here you should find Import. Click on Import and copy this CDN and paste it in your CSS just up here, and that should be it. Don't forget to create your link for JavaScript and your link for CSS, as I already have mine over here. And next, I'm going to show you guys the demo of our project, what it will look like at the end. So this is what our project is going to look like at the end of the video. We're going to have a nav bar, and we're going to have a hero section. We're going to have about 6 sections. This is the first one, the courses section, the categories where you can select any course of your choice, lifestyle, web design, development, and government exams, stuff like that. Next, we're going to have courses right over here where you can click and watch different courses, and you can also buy the courses if they are free or paid. If they are free, you can watch them freely, and if they are paid, you have to pay for them. Next, we're going to have our instructor section where we advertise what you get after registering with the instructors: free trial for 7 days, certificate of completion, 20 plus downloadable resources, and full-time live access. And we have something similar on this right side. Next, we're going to have the instructors advert where we show our instructors. Basically, they're just called our top instructors. These are where our highly rated instructors will be found by new visitors who are just visiting the website for the first time. Then next, we're going to have our package section, which is the last section before the footer right here. And in our package section, as you can see, we have 3 plans: the basic plan, the standard plan, and the platinum plan. And that's it for our demo. Without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. And don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel, as it really means the world to me. Firstly, what I'm going to do here is to create our div, and this div is going to have a class, and it's going to be called shadow overlay. What this is going to do is to create a shadow overlay whenever we open our sidebar. And as you can see, our project is also going to be responsive on all screen sizes. This is what it will look like on mobile devices, and this is what it will look like on tablets and larger screens. And for the shadow overlay, this is what I was talking about. This shadow that appears whenever we click and open the sidebar. Our buttons are going to have a hover effect that changes the background color and its color, and also causes it to rotate whenever we hover on the button. And we are also going to have our links right here. These are the links that we want in our nav bar right here on the big screen. When we collapse down to the smaller screen, our links are now going to be in the sidebar. And this is the shadow overlay right here, the one we just created, but it's not here right now since we don't have our CSS yet. Let's go ahead and continue with our HTML. Next, we're going to create our sidebar, and it's going to be an aside tag, and the class is going to be sidebar. Then next, we're going to give it an ID, and it's also going to have an ID, and the ID is going to be sidebar again. Then inside here, we're going to have our button. This button is going to have a class, and it's going to be close btn. And in here, we're going to have our icon. We've already imported our icon, which is Font Awesome. So let me just go ahead and show you guys how to use Font Awesome. Create an I tag, and in this I tag, we're going to have a class, and the class is going to be fa-solid fa-x mark. Let's see what that looks like. This is our close button right here and the icon inside it. Next, we are going to have our links, which are the links in the sidebar. Just down here, create an ordered list, and inside here in our tag, we are going to give it a class firstly, and the class is going to be sidebar links. Then next, we're going to have our anchor tag with a list tag right inside it. And in our list, we are going to have home, which is the first link right there. You can just copy and paste this 3 more times, since what we have are 4 links. And the second one is going to be courses, and the next one is going to be pages right here. Then lastly, we are going to have dashboard down here, not up there. Dashboard. Let's see what that looks like. This is it, just what we want. Then next, we are going to create our hero section. This is it for our sidebar. Just get down here and create a section. This is going to be our first section. Give the class, and the class is going to be hero section. Then inside it, we are going to have a div. The class for this div is going to be navbar container. And next, we're going to have our navbar itself right inside the navbar container. Right in here, create a nav, and the class is going to be navbar. And give it another class beside that one is going to be container. This container class is what helps make our web page responsive, and I'm going to show you guys how that works when we get to CSS. Next, we're going to create a span tag, and this span tag is going to hold our logo and our toggle button for the sidebar. Just give it a class, and the class is going to be toggle icon container. Then next, we're going to have our button, which is the toggle button for the sidebar. And in here, we're going to give the class, it's going to be toggle-btn, which means toggle button. And we're going to have our icon right inside it. This icon is going to be fa-solid and fa-bars, which basically means a menu icon that is going to look like this. That is what we need. This icon right here that appears whenever we are on the smaller screen. So next, what we're going to do is to create our logo. Down here, after the button, we're going to have a span, and this span is what we hold our logo. We don't need a class for the span. What we need inside here is an anchor tag, and the anchor tag is going to have the class we need, and the class is going to be logo text. And in here, we're going to have devcore, which is my channel's name, devcore. Then next, we're going to have our another list for our sidebar links. Sorry, the navbar links, not sidebar. We're done with the sidebar. Down here, we're going to create another list, and the class is going to be links container. And in here, we're going to have our list tag, and we're going to have an anchor tag right inside them. Here, we're going to have our first link, which is going to be home. Copy and paste it 3 times again. And next one, once more, is going to be pages. I can just copy and paste this. Sorry, the next one is supposed to be courses, as you can see up there. This is going to be pages, and the last one is going to be dashboard. That should do it for our links. And next, we are going to have our navbar buttons container. These buttons right here, these 2 buttons, the sign in and get started button. Just after this span, let's see. After the span, we are supposed to have a span that holds this. Copy and paste this in here, and that should do it. After this span, we are going to have let's see, down here we're going to have our buttons container. Create a div and give the class. The class is going to be navbar. Then I'm going to call it, sorry, not navbar, it's going to be navbar buttons container. And inside it, we're going to have 2 buttons. The first button is going to be our sign in button. Give the class, and it's going to be sign in button. And inside it, we're going to have our icon. Firstly, we're going to have an icon, then a text. This icon right here is going to be fa-solid, fa-solid, and we're going to have fa- let's see, it's going to be right to bracket. Let's see what that looks like. This is it, just what we want. Then next we're going to have our second button. Okay, we have to add our text first. The text is going to be sign in, and next we're going to have our second button. This button's class is going to be get started button, and in here we're going to have our text. It's going to be get started. Let's go over everything again and see if everything is correct. Let's see up here, this is our span that holds the logo, text, and the links container. I think we need to have a class right here. Let's see, a class. We're going to give it a class later, but let's just leave that like that. And let's head over to the hero sections. Just down here after the nav, let's see, this is the navbar container. Then after the nav, we're going to have our hero section. But firstly, we are going to change some things just up here. What we're going to change is right here, create another span, and this span class is going to be, let's call it logo links container. Logo links container. And we're going to copy and paste this span right inside it. Paste this right inside the new span and bring this outside, and that should be it. This is just what we want. Then after that, we're going to create our hero sections. Since we are done with the navbar, down here we're going to have our hero section with this div we've already created. Give it a class, and the class is going to be hero section container. Hero section container, and we're going to have another container right beside it, and that separate class. Then in our hero section container, we're going to have two separate sides. The first one is going to be hero left. Create a div and give the class, it's going to be hero left, and inside hero left we're going to have our header text, the description, the search bar, and our achievements. So firstly, what we're going to have is our header text right inside the hero left. Right inside here, we're going to have a header, and in our header we're going to have h1, which is going to hold our header text, and it's going to have a class, and the class is going to be hero header text. Then inside here we're going to have our text. It's going to, let's see what it looks like. Discover the most thrilling online courses. I'm just going to copy and paste that, but you should type it out. And next I'm going to have the dummy text right inside here. You can generate yours by typing in rem 30 or whatever amount of dummy text you need. This is going to be our class hero description for the description. Let's see what we have here. As I said before, if you want to generate yours, you can just type in rem 20 or any amount of dummy text you need. So I'm just going to paste this right in here, and that should do it for me. Then next we're going to have our form that holds the search bar. This search bar right here. Just after the header, we're going to create a form tag and remove the action, we don't need that. In here we're going to have a class for the form, and the class is going to be search course form. Then inside here we're going to have a div firstly, and the div is going to have a class. It's going to be icon input, and I'd like to remind you guys to bear with me, since I'd like us to create our HTML first before we start adding the CSS for design. That is common practice. Next we're going to create in here we need our icon inputs. We're going to need our search bar and icon right inside here. Let's complete the class. It's going to be icon input container. And inside here, we're going to have our icon firstly, and let's give it a class again. It's going to be fa-solid and fa- let's give it magnifying glass. Let's see what that looks like. This is our icon right here, just what we need. The next, we're going to create our search bar itself. It's an input, so let's create an input tag, and the type is going to be text. It's also going to have a class, and the class is going to be hero search input. Hero search input. The next, we're going to have our placeholder just outside here. Our placeholder is going to be here, and it's going to be search. Let's see, search your courses. Let's see what that looks like. This is it right here. That's what we want. The next, we're going to have our buttons. The search button. Create a button, and the class is going to be hero. Let's call it hero search button. Change this to button, and in here we're going to have a text. It's going to be search. Let's see what we have. This is it right here. Just what we want. I think we're done with our form and input for now. Next, we're going to create our achievements container, and what I'm talking about is this achievement right here. We're going to do that by creating a div just after the search form course. This form right here. Below it, we're going to have a div, and the div is going to have a class, and the class is going to be achievement. Let's see, achievement container. And inside here, I think we need an a right here. That should do it. We're going to have a span, and we don't need a class for the span. What we need are two elements inside here. The first one is going to be h1, and the second one is going to be a paragraph tag. And for this h1, we're going to have a class, and it's going to say achievement. Let's see, it's going to say achievement number, which is the number of achievements, and first one is going to be 42k, and let's change this to a capital letter. And here we're going to have appreciations. Let's copy and paste this 2 more times. That's what we need. Below this one, I'm going to paste this 2 more times, and the second one is going to be 300, and let's use 230, and it's going to be countries. That is like the countries our courses have already reached, which is actually fake. Next, we're going to have our courses, 7,200 courses, which is also fake. 7,200, and here we're going to change this to courses. Let's see what we have over there. This is it. That's what we want, but we need only one letter right here, so we're going to delete the first one. Delete this, and that should do it. I think we're done with our hero section, but lastly we're going to need our image right here, which is the image in the hero section. This image right here. I already have an image, but you can use any image that is available to you. So our image is going to be just down here. Create a div, and it's going to be hero right. As I said before, we already created hero left. Right now we're going to have hero right, which is the left and right side of our hero section. Here we're going to have image, and the source is going to be image/hero. I'm going to be using this one since it's what we need. Let's see what it looks like. This is it, just down here. That's it for our hero section. Let's go ahead and get started with our features section. When I say this features section, what I mean is this feature right here, these 3 cards right here. Let's head over back to HTML and create another section tag. This section tag is going to hold a class, and it's going to be features features dash section dash container. The next we're going to have our elements right inside it, which are the features. Firstly, for our feature, we're going to have a feature card. Create a div and give it a class, and the class is going to be feature dash card. And next we're going to have card right in here. You just have to copy and paste this 3 more times. That should make things much more easier. Inside our feature card, we are going to have our paragraph tag firstly, which is the one that holds the icon. Here we're going to have features icon. Let's see. Let's change this to, it's going to be a class, not a text. Right in here, we're going to have features icon. And next, we're going to have icon red, which is another class also. Change this to icon red. We're going to define the class later in CSS. That is all we need for our class. And in here, we're going to have an icon, and it's going to be fa-solid and fa-book journal wheels. Let's see what that looks like. This is right here. That's what we want. Let's copy and paste this. Okay, we need to add our text first. Create a span before we copy and paste. Give it a class, and the class is going to be feature dash details. And in here we're going to have a history tag, and this history tag is going to have hold a class. It's going to be feature details. Okay, let's call it feature type instead. Feature type, and it's going to be 400 courses, just like what we have in the demo. 400 plus courses. The next we're going to have our description for the achievement of the feature. Let's give it a class, and here we're going to have feature description. And in here we're going to have our dummy text again. Let's see what this looks like. This is our first dummy text. You can just create it like as I showed you before by typing in lorem5 or any amount of dummy text you need, and that should do it. I'm going to paste this in since it's exactly what I need. So you can copy and paste this right inside these other ones. But we're going to change things around later to make it look exactly like what we need. Why not just do it right now and save time later? Change this to unlimited courses or unlimited access. And next we're going to have, we can use the same dummy text. All we have to do is change the icons and the feature type. Next we're going to have 700k right here. Change this to 700, and this is going to be k. And here we're going to have enrolled, and the icon is going to be different also. Right here for the icon we're going to have fa user, and change this to shield. We don't need this right here, we only need this one, and we're going to change it to shield. Then next we're going to have business time for this second icon right here. Delete this, and we're going to have business time. Let's see what that looks like. This is it right here. This is just what we want for the features section. I think we're done for the feature section. Let's go ahead and get started with another section, which is our category section. Let's see what it looks like. This is our category section right here. It's going to have a hover effect, but we can't do that with HTML. Let's go ahead and write the HTML for our category section. Firstly, we're going to have a category. Let's collapse this. Let's close this down. We don't need them for now. We're going to have a section next, and it's going to have a class. The class for this one is going to be, let's call it categories section, and it's also going to have a container to make it responsive. And inside it we're going to have a header tag, and this header won't have a class. What we need inside here is a h1 tag, and it's going to have a class. It's going to be head text. Let's call it head text, and we're going to have our text right inside here. Let's copy and paste this since it's already over there. Just paste it in here. But we're going to give this one a class specifically, and it's going to be, let's call it colored text. I'm going to explain that after we're done typing in the text. Give the class, and it's going to be colored text. So I'm doing this because later we're going to give a color text a specific class and different style to make it look just like this. If you notice, you right here we have two different colors for our text, black and purple. So that is the reason for doing this. We put them inside a different tag and give different styles for this second tag right here, which is already general because we're going to be using them in so many other places. We just design it once, and once we spread the class to other parts of our HTML, they also take the same type of style without any more stress. Next, we're going to create our paragraph tag right here, and it's going to have a class. It's going to be categories. Let's call it category instead. Category description, and we're going to have another class. It's going to be wrap text, which also does exactly the same thing that color text does. We're going to define them in CSS, and once we call them right here, they're going to take the exact style we've already defined in CSS. So in here, we're going to have our dummy text, which is this text right here. I can just copy and paste this, but you can generate yours as I showed earlier. I'm going to paste this right in here. Then next, we're going to have our category cards, which are the cards in our demo. We're going to create a main tag, and this main tag is going to have a class. It's going to be category class, category cards instead, not class. And inside here, we're going to have a div, and the div is going to be, let's call it card and category card. So this category card and the card is actually different classes. This card right here does the same thing that the colored text and wrap text does. As I've already explained, we're going to define them in CSS and then use them here in HTML without any more stress. They're actually reusable. Next, we're going to have a paragraph tag right inside here, and it's going to have a class, and it's going to be category icon. Let's call it category icon. And next, we're going to have our icon right inside here. Let's say it's going to be FA dash solid and FA dash code. Let's see what that looks like. I'm using the same icon for all of them because it's not really necessary to change all of them to different icons, since it's just a dummy project. It's not actually a reward project or anything like that that will be used for real websites. Let's see what our icon looks like. This is it right here. That's what we want. Then next, we're going to create our card details. Let's see, down here we're going to have our H3, and it's going to be category type. Let's see, category type, and in here we're going to have development, and we're going to have a paragraph tag next, and it's going to have a class, and the class is going to be category quantity. The next, we're going to have to install lectures, which is the amount of our courses which are inside development. The amount of courses you will find when you click and open the development section. Here we're going to have lectures. Let's see what our card looks like. It won't look good yet since we don't have our CSS styles and design yet. So I think that is for our card. We're going to copy and paste this. Let's see how many times we have it in CSS. Let's see. We have it about 8 times right here. So let's just copy and paste 7 more times. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that should do it for our category section. The next, we're going to have our courses section. And what I mean by the courses section is this section right here, the one I told you about when I was demoing our project, the one you can click on and watch any course of your choice. This will be a bit complicated, but I hope it will help you broaden your knowledge on HTML and CSS. So just be patient and follow along. We're going to have another section, and it's going to have a class. Class is going to be courses section. The next, In here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class. It's going to be container, and we're going to have another class going to be courses main. What that container does is basically make our code and website responsive, as I've already explained. In here we're going to have a header tag, and the header tag is going to have a h1, just like what we have up here. We can even copy and paste it and then change things around. Just copy and paste this once again and change things around. We don't have to retype everything from beginning if we already have them. Here, just change this to find features. Change this to find featured, and here we're going to have classes. Classes, but we are going to have to change some classes. Here, we're going to have, let's say, this is going to be classes description, not category description. Classes description. Actually, you can use the same design for all of them. You don't have to change the class every time. So we're going to do that later. Next, we're going to create a main, which is also going to hold another set of cards. And this class here is going to be courses cards. Courses cards. Then next, we're going to have our card itself. Just create a div and it's going to be that card. And in here, we're going to have card stop. Create another div. It's going to have a class, and the class is going to be, let's call it courses card stop. And in our courses card stop, we're going to have a span. Firstly, let's see what our span is going to look like. Span, and in our span we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class, and it's going to have hold two elements. This div is going to be, the classes here is going to be course image icons. The next, we're going to have a paragraph tag. Actually, we're going to have two paragraph tags. The first one is going to have a class, and it's going to be course log icon, and the second one is going to have a class, and the class is going to be, let's call this course play icon. That is basically the play button for our course. Since it's not a real website, I'm just going to use paragraph instead of a button, or we can even use button, but it's going to take much more time to style it. So let's just use paragraph. Here we're going to have our icon, and it's going to be fa dash solid, and we're going to have fa dash, let's call it lock. You can copy and paste this in here and then change this around to make it look just like what you want. Change this to play, and that should do it. That's those icons we have there in our HTML are basically the lock icon and the play icon you can see right here. Let's see what they look like. These are the icons right here. The next, we're going to create our remaining part of the courses cards, which are the image and the course image and our bottom part of the course. Just outside this div, outside here, we're going to have our image. Create an image tag right here, and we're going to give it a class. Let's see, the class here is going to be course image. Course image. Let us call it course img. That is an abbreviation. And here we're going to have img, and we're going to have user1. That should do it for our course image, but it's going to look too big right now since we don't have CSS yet. But later we're going to change this around with CSS and make it look just like what we have right here. The next, we're going to have our span down here. This span is going to hold a class and our header h1, which is going to hold the course title. Here the class is going to be courses. Let's call it courses card bottom. Courses cards bottom. And inside here we're going to have a header, and this header is going to have a class also, and the class right here is going to be, let's call it course price container. Course price container. And this container right here is going to hold two elements again, and the first one is going to be a paragraph tag, and we're also going to have a paragraph tag next. So let's just create that. Here we're going to have course description. Let's call it course. What we need here is course description, not courses. Course description, and it's going to be it's going to have another class which is going to be purple button. Let's say purple btn, and it's also going to have btn. Those are separate classes, so you should take note of that in order not to make any mistake. So basically what we just created are these buttons right here. This button we have right here that says design, and next we're going to have our price which says $149. Just down here we're going to give the class, and the class we need right here is cost price, and it's going to be $149. So that should do it for our cards price and the type of course, which is design. I can change this around later. It might be design, development, crafting, and other type of courses, but it's not necessary to change them. Next, we're going to have a H1 tag here that is actually the course title. As you can see here, this is our course title: UI UX design pattern for successful website applications. I can just copy and paste this, but you should type it out. Here we're going to have a class, and it's going to be course title. I'm trying to save time since this is already beginning to look long. The next we're going to have a div, and our div right here is going to have a class, and it's going to be course duration, and inside here we're going to have a span, and this span is going to hold two elements, an icon and a paragraph tag. Here we're going to have class, and it's going to be course clock icon. Let's see, course clock icon, and it's going to have its personal class to generate the icon itself. It's going to be fa-solid and fa-clock. Let's see if that works. Okay, that is it right there, our clock icon. This is what we need for the icon, but we also need our paragraph tag. Let's create a class, and here we're going to have course time, and here for our course time we're going to have 10 hour and 07 minutes. We need to separate this. Let's see what it looks like. This is our course duration right here, and course quantity: 28 lectures and 10 hour 7 minutes. Let's see, we can just copy and paste this once more, and in here we're going to change our icon. Let's see, change this to fa-solid, let's see video, and here it's going to be course video icon this time around, and in here we're going to have a different text. Delete this, and here we're going to have 28 lectures. Let's see what it looks like. This is it right here. That's what we want. Let's see what we have next. Next, as you can see, we have our course card footer. This footer right here. Let's go ahead and create it in HTML. We can create our footer by creating a footer tag. Let's see, this is card bottom. Just below the card bottom, create a footer. I don't think that's correct. We have to create the footer outside. Let's see. Outside the card top. That's right. Delete this, and outside the card stop here we're going to have a footer tag, and the class is going to be course card footer, and inside it we're going to have our image, which is the instructor image. Let's see, let's give it a class, and right here the class is going to be instructor footer image. I don't think this is correct. Change it to an R, and that should do it. Then next we're going to create our image cells. Let's see, it's going to be img slash t15 t-5. That should do it, but it's going to be too big right now, but we're going to change things around later to make it look much more better. The next we're going to have our course icon container. The icons right here. We're going to create our icons by coming down here, and down here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class and it's going to be course icon container. And in here we're going to have about 3 spans which are going to hold our course icons, and it does not need a class. What it needs are 2 elements, an icon and a paragraph tag. Here the class is going to be course footer icon, course footer icon. The next we're going to have our icon itself. It's going to be fa dash solid, and it's going to be fa dash user. That should do it for icon. Let's see if it works. And that is our icon right there. The next we're going to create our paragraph tag, which is going to hold our text. Let's see, it's going to have a class and it's going to be instructor. Let's see, instructor starts number. Let's call it that. Instructor starts number. And in here the text is going to be 4.7k. We'll just copy and paste this few more times. Don't need to waste any time typing them out again. The next we're going to change things around. Secondly, we're going to have fa-i for our second icon. This is going to be fa-i, and here is going to be 42.4k, and that should do it. We don't really need to change the number. Let's just keep that. Here we're going to have fa-star instead of user, and that should do it. Let's see what we have. This is what we need just down here, but I don't think the last icon is working. Let's go back and see what the problem is. Change this to star, and that should do it. Good. Then next I'm going to create our card itself. I think we're done with the card. We're going to make this image invisible. Let's just comment them out. I'm going to bring them back later. They look too big and it seems they are disrupting things. This should do it. I think that's it for our course cards. We can just collapse this and copy and paste this as much time as we need. But for now, we are done with our course cards. What we need to do next is to head over and create the next section. And let's see what we have for the next section. It's the instructor section, the first one. We have 2 instructor sections right here. This is the first one and this is the second one. So let's see what we have here. I want to create a section, and this section is going to have a class, and the class is going to be, let's see, it's going to be instructor section. Firstly, let's see what this looks like. We have a head tag right here which has 2 sections. This first section is going to be for our instructor. Let's see what that looks like. We have 2 sections right here, the left one and the right one, and we also have the same thing at the bottom. The next we're going to have our instructor sections in HTML. Let's go ahead and create what we need right here. Let's create a class, and this class right here is going to be instructor. Let's see, instructor hire section. And in here we're going to have a div, and the div is going to have a class also. And the class for our div is going to be, let's call it instructor. Let's see, instructor, let's call it instructor main container. And it's going to have a container class to make it responsive. Then next we're going to have a main container, and this main container is going to be higher top. It's going to have a class, and it's going to be higher top container. And inside here we're going to have a div, and this div class is going to be higher top left, higher top left. Let's create this again, and here we're going to have higher top right. And inside higher top left, we're going to have a few elements. Here we're going to have a header, and the header is going to have a class which is going to be instructor. Let's call it instructor header. And inside our instructor header class, we're going to have a h2, and it's going to have a class, and it's going to be, let's call it instructor head text. Instructor head text. And for our head text, let's see what we have over there. This is our head text right here. We have the best instructors available in the city. Just copy and let me copy and paste that, because you can easily type it out since you can't copy yours. Next, we're going to have a paragraph tag, and in our paragraph tag, we're going to have a class, and the class is going to be instructor. Let's see, instructor description text. And in here, we're going to have our dummy text. You can generate yours just as I said earlier by typing in lorem and any amount of dummy text you need, maybe lorem 20 or whatsoever. But I'm going to need to copy and paste mine to make it much more accurate. Let me copy and paste this. Then next we're going to have, let's see, down here we're going to have our offers container. What that basically means is the offer right here, full-time live access, 20 plus downloadable resources, and all that. Here we're going to have a, let's see, a UL tag, and here it's going to have a class. It's going to be offers container. The next we're going to have a list tag, which is going to have an icon tag inside it, and this icon tag is going to have a class, and it's going to be, firstly, for the class we're going to have offers icon. Let's see, let's call it offers check icon. And inside here, let's say we're going to have a text after our icon, and the text is going to be, let's see, I can also copy and paste that to save time. It seems typing it out will even be much more faster. Let's paste this a few more times. How many of them do we have over there? We have about 4 of them, so we don't need all that. We just need 3 more, and this should do it. Next, we are going to have, let's see, 20 plus downloadable resources or downloadable courses. 20 plus downloadable courses. That should do it for the second one, and the third one is going to be certificates of completion. Let's see, certificate of completion. The next we're going to have free trial for 7 days. Let's see, free trial for 7 days, and that should do it for our offers section. There should be a 7 right here. Let's see, right here there should be a 7. And next we're going to have our arrow button. Just down here we're going to have our arrow button. Create a button, and the class is going to be enroll btn, and inside here we're going to have a text. It's going to be enroll today. Let's see what that looks like. This is our button right here, enroll today. The next we're going to have our div, which is the top image container. Let's see here, this is our image container right here, but this class is not going to be higher top right, it's going to be top image container. Change this to top img container, and that should do it, container. And inside here we're going to have our image, and the source for our image is going to be, you can use any image at all. And here we're going to have a class, and I'm going to call it higher top image, higher top img, and that should do it. The next we're going to have the bottom part of our instructor section. Let's see, we are done with the top part, which is the left one and the right one, and here we're going to create what we have right here. Just down here after this main, This main says higher top container. Let's collapse this and more like close it down. And next we're going to have another main, and this one's class is going to be, let's call it higher bottom container. Higher bottom container. And inside here we're going to have our, firstly we're going to have our image, because this time around the image is at the left side of the container. First we have our image instead of on the right side, just like before. Our image is going to be here. Then next we're going to have the features once more. Easy upload lectures, customize according to you, ask unlimited question, and 100% satisfaction. Firstly, we're going to have our image here, and it's going to be inside the div, and the class is going to be, let's see, we're going to call it bottom image container. Inside here we're going to have our image, and the source for our image is going to be almost the same with what we had before. As I said before, you can use any image you have, just any image at all. It's not necessary to use exactly the same with what I've already used. Down here we're going to have a div, and it's going to have a class, and the class here is going to be a higher bottom right, which is the right side of our bottom container, this right side here. Then next we are going to have our div inside it, and this div is going to have a class. It's going to be higher, let's see, it's going to have a class. It's going to be higher feature container. Then in here we're going to have our paragraph tag, and it's going to have a class also. It's going to be higher bottom icon. Then next we're going to have our icon inside it, and the icon is going to be, let's see, fa-solid and fa-photo film. Let's see what it looks like. This is our icon right here. And next we're going to have a span inside here. Let's create a span, and this span is going to hold our text, the feature type, and let's call it, it's actually services, not features. Here we're going to have service type, and next we're going to have the text, which is the type inside here, easy uploads lectures. And next we're going to have our dummy text, which is going to be inside the paragraph tag. Actually, this should not be like this. What we need is to change this to a h3 tag and h3, and inside here we're going to have a span. That is not supposed to be, our span is not supposed to hold the text. I'm going to create a span, and the text is going to be right inside here. Then next we're going to have a paragraph tag, which is also going to have a class, and it's going to be service. Let's call it service description. Let's see what our dummy text looks like. Right here, this is our dummy text. You just copy and paste this inside here, but you can generate it as I said before. This is it for our services. You can easily copy and paste this more times to achieve the amount of services we need. What we have here, 4 services. So let's see what we're going to do. From right here, let's see, higher feature container. You can just copy and paste from here. Copy this, paste this 3 more times, and that should do it for our higher features. Let's see what it looks like. These are the features right here. We're going to change things around to make them look like just what we have there. So for the second one, what we have is in the text. Let's see, delete this, and here we have customize according to you. Customize according to you. And for the icon, we're going to, let's see, we're going to have a different icon. It's going to be fa-pen to square. The next we're going to have our second services type, and it's going to be ask unlimited questions, just like what you have in the demo. Ask unlimited questions. Here we're going to change the icon also. Delete this, and we're going to have second question. And next, let's see, try this out. Next, we are going to have the second icon right here, and it's going to be thumbs up. Thumbs up. The next, we are going to have a different text inside here. Let's change it to 100%. 100% satisfaction. We're going to be using the same dummy text for now, but we can change them later. It's not exactly necessary to change them. But for now, that's it for our instructor section. This is it for our instructor section. We can go ahead and create our top instructor section, which advertises our top and best instructors. So let's go ahead and create our second to last section. Here we have our fifth section. Let's see how many sections we have in the demo. This is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is the fifth section. Here we're going to give it a class, and the class here is going to be instructors. Let's see. This is going to be instructors section. And in here we're going to have a div, and let's see, this div is going to have a class. It's going to be container to make it responsive. And next we're going to have our class for the instructors main container. Let's call it instructors section. Let's see, section container. Then inside here we're going to have a header for the header text. As I said before, you can always copy and paste your header text over and over again, since it's all the same but with different texts. Copy that and paste it in here, and that should do it. Then next I'm going to change the text around. Change it to our top instructors, our top, and here we're going to have instructors. And that should do it. The dummy text are the same, but the class is not the same. I'm going to change this to top instructor description. Top this is going to be top instructor description, and that should do it. Then next we're going to have our instructor cards. Just after the header, we're going to create a main to hold the cards, and inside here we're going to have a class, and the class is going to be instructor cards, instructor dash cards. And in here we're going to have a div, and the class is going to be card. Then inside here we're going to have a span firstly to hold our instructor image, and the class for this one, let's say inside here we're going to have a class, and it's going to be, let's say, instructor card top. And inside here we're going to have our image, which is the instructor image, and we're going to have img slash, let's say, cr5.jpg. That should do it for our instructor image. Let's see what it looks like. This is just the image we want. Then next we're going to have the instructor details, which are actually the instructor card button. That is going to be a class. Let's create a span, and here we're going to have instructor, let's see, card button. That should do it. And next we're going to have a paragraph tag inside here, and for our paragraph tag the class is going to be instructor subject, which is the subject that the instructor teaches. And here it's going to be instructor dash subject, and I'm going to have a button. It's going to be a separate class. You should take note of that. It's going to be blue button. The next we're going to have our subject. It's going to be web designer. Then down here we're going to have the instructor name with a h1 tag, and I'm going to call it instructor. Let's say instructor name. And inside here we're going to have the name. It's going to be Philip and Grayson. And down here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to hold the instructor reviews. Let's see, let's give the class. It's going to be instructor reviews. And inside here we're going to have a span to hold the review icons, and this span is going to have a class. Let's see, it's going to have a class, and the class is going to be, let's call it instructor stars. That is actually the star rating for the instructor. The first one is going to have a class. They're all going to have the same classes, and it's going to be a star icon, fa dash solid fa dash star, and that should be it. Let's copy and paste this 5 more times. Sorry, 3 more times, not 5 more times, since what we have are actually just 5 stars. Next, we're going to have a paragraph tag, and the class here is going to be reviews text, and inside here we're going to have the amount of reviews our instructor has. 244 reviews for the first instructor. Let's see what we have next. This is it, that's what we want, the stars and the amount of reviews our instructor has. Let's see, next we have the instructor path filter. It's going to have an icon, 2,500 users enrolled, and the enroll button. Let's see if our just font family is actually working. It's not yet working because we've not yet changed the font family. We're going to get to CSS soon, but firstly let's complete our HTML. Next, what we're going to do is to create the instructor footer, create a footer tag, and our footer tag is going to have a class. It's going to be instructor card footer. Then next, we're going to have a span right inside it, and it's going to have a class. It's going to be instructor. Let's see, instructor history. This is going to be a class, so let's add our, let's see, that is a mistake, and that should be it, instructor history. And inside here we're going to have our icon, and it's going to have a class. Let's call it enrolled icon, and here we're going to have fa dash solid, and we're going to have fa dash user. This is going to be user. And next we're going to have our paragraph tag for the amount of users that the instructor has. Here we're going to have a class for the paragraph tag. It's going to be enrolled users, and here we're going to have 2.5 thousand users enrolled. That should be it. And down here we're going to have the enrolled button, create a button, and we're going to have a class, and the class here is going to be instructor. Let's see, instructor enroll button, and in here we're going to have enroll now. This is it for our first card. We can copy and paste this 2 more times later, but we are going to leave that for now to make sure it's not overcrowded when we start our styling. For now, let's go ahead and create our remaining section, which is the package section. This is our last section before we head over to CSS and then JavaScript. Let's see, right out here we're going to have our last section, which is the package section. Create a section outside here, and the class here is going to be package section. Let's see, let's call it package section, and it's going to also have a container to make it responsive. In here we're going to have our header. Let's see, we can copy and paste the header again, and then change things around. Copy and paste this header right inside here, and here we're going to have let's call it select. Change the text, the header text around. Select here package, And here we're going to have our description. We're going to change this again. This time around, we're going to have package head description, package, and we're going to have head description. The next, we're going to leave the dummy text as it is and create a main to hold our package cards. Create a class here, and the class is going to be package cards. Then inside here, we're going to have our card. Create a div, and the class of this div is going to be card and package card. Then inside here, we're going to have our card elements. The first one is going to be a header that has a class. We don't need a class for the header. What we need are three elements inside it. Let's see. The first one is going to be a h4, which is the package type. Let's call it package type. And inside here, we're going to have basic. It's actually a basic plan. And next, we're going to have the amount. Let's create a paragraph, and here we're going to have package amount. And inside here, we're going to have 29. Let's see, $29, and that should be it, 29. The next, we're going to have our duration. Let's call it package. Let's see, package description. And inside here, we're going to have the user, the month, and that should do it. Let's see what it looks like. It doesn't look good yet, but let's go ahead and create the remaining part of our package. So down here, after the header, we're going to have another list tag, and the class is going to be, let's see, the class is going to be package offer container. Package offer container. The next, we're going to have a list tag inside it, and this list tag is also going to have an icon right inside it, and the class is going to be, let's see, it's going to be inside it. The class is going to be package check icon. Next, we're going to have our icon name. It's going to be fa dash solid and fa dash, let's see, check. That should do it for our icon. Next, we're going to have our text right inside here. Let's create the text beside our icon. This text is going to be 99.5%, 99.5% uptime guarantee. Let's see what it looks like before we create the remaining ones. Let's see, this is it, just what we want. So let's copy and paste this a few more times since it's just a list tag. Let's see how many of them we have over there. If you notice that you can see right here that this is a check icon and this is a cancel icon, which means that it is not available for basic plans, and we have to be careful to make sure we don't make a mistake and mix things up and make all of them checks. So what we have here are 5 of them. Let's see, I'm going to paste them 4 more times, 2, 3, and 4. We need one more. Let's see, I'm going to change these icons to X mark. This is going to be X mark, so we can just copy and paste this for these two. Let's see how many of them we have there. 2 of them, and that should do it. So this second one right here, I'm going to copy and paste just to save time. I'm going to have 120 gig CDN bandwidth inside here. Let's see, I'm going to copy and paste right here. This is going to be 5 gig cloud storage. And the next one is going to be personal help support. Then next we're going to have enterprise SLA, and that should do it. The next, we're going to have our start basic button, which is our button right here, start basic. just down here after the UL tag, create a button, and the class is going to be start package button. And inside here, we're going to have our button. It's going to be start basic. Sorry, our text, not start, not button. Start basic. You can just copy and paste this a few more times. Copy this, and let's see, we need two of them. So the second one is going to, and third one are going to be slightly different from the first one. We're going to have different type, price, and we're going to have best value up here, which is the recommended plan. Let's see. So up here for the second one, before the type, let's see, before the type, we're going to change this to standard. Firstly, change this to standard, and before the type up here, we're going to have a paragraph tag and change the class to best value button. And in here, we're going to have best value, the text. Then the price here is going to be $49 instead, and this is going to be per user per month, just the same, and everything else is going to be the same. But we are going to need an active button. As you can see right here, our button there is actually active. Let's see, this is the only colorful button right here. The others only change color whenever we hover on them. And we're also going to change the button text. Here we're going to have start standard, and let's see what we have next. We have to change the button to active package button. Here we don't have anything much to change. We can just change this to platinum. And I'm going to change the price to $79. Then down here, let's see, it's also the same. Lastly, we're going to create our footer itself. Create a div and give the class, and it's going to be copyright for the class. And inside here in our div, we're going to have, let's see, a paragraph tag. Then we're going to have this and like text inside here, and next we're going to have copy, then a column, and next we're going to have 2024 devcore dot all rights reserved, and that should do it for our footer. Let's see what it looks like. This is our footer right here. As you can see, we are done with HTML. Let's go ahead and start adding some styles to our code to make it look just like what we have here. Let's head over to CSS. Don't forget to create your link for CSS as I said at the beginning, because your CSS and designs won't work if you don't create this same link I have right here. So firstly, what you're going to do is to create a few variables. Let's see what these variables do to change the colors whenever we change them in specific places without having to go around change the colors one after the other. So what we do is to create a specific color with a name like main container. I'm going to show you how to use them later. Here we're going to have #8800FF, and that is our purple color, which is the main color. Next we're going to have main background, and here we're going to have #EBE1FF, that is our light purple color. Then next we're going to have gray background. Creating variables makes your styling much more easier, since you don't have to type out these colors every single time. Instead, you can just add the class, and then later whenever you change the color in a specific place, it changes everywhere else where you've already had the variable. Here we're going to have gray background. Let's see, background, and here the color for our gray background is going to be #F7, F8, and F9. Then next we're going to have our head text color. And for the head text color, we're going to have, let's see, #192A31. That is a blue color. Then next we're going to have our gray text color. This is supposed to be two hyphens. Gray text color. Let's see. Gray text color. And in here we're going to have hash 3C4 and 852. That's our gray color. Then the last color here is going to be light gray. Light gray. And it's going to be a bit longer than the others. It's going to be, let's say, hash 48556022. And that's our gray color. Next, we're going to remove all margin and padding from our web page by changing margin to 0 and padding to 0. Then next, we're going to add some styles to our body tag. And the styles here are going to be the font family. We're going to have only font family right here. Firstly, we're going to have just, which is the font we imported at the beginning. This is the font right here. We're going to have just, and our fallback font, if just is not available, is going to be sans serif. Let's see what our font looks like. As you can see, this is just it. Our fonts have been changed. Font family have been changed. Then next, we're going to start our container, the container that makes every element responsive, just as I said before. You guys are going to notice that immediately we change the design right in here, it's going to affect every element we've already created. That is the use of creating variables, because it makes things much more easier. Here we're going to have padding, and it's going to be between 32px and 100px. The next we're going to have margin auto to bring everything to the center, and we're going to have max width, and it's going to be 1300px. Let's see what we have here. This is just what I was saying. Now padding and margin have been added to everywhere we have already had our container at the beginning. This is just what we want. The next we're going to create our wrap text, which is the class we've already added in HTML to make our dummy text responsive. The width here is going to be 700px and text align is going to be center. The next we're going to have our head text, which is also similar to a variable. Here in the head text we're going to have our color, and we're going to be using our first variable right here. Let's see, this color here is going to be var, and for the var we are going to, which is a variable, we are going to have, let's see, var, and it's going to be head text color. Let's see, this is our head text color right here. As you can see, it's been changed from the other ones. This is what I was talking about. As you can see, all of them have exactly the same color. It makes things very much easier. If we head back and change our head text color, let's see, let's change it to red. You notice that it's been changed in every other places which we've ever had the class. This makes things much more easier. So let's change this back to what we want. The next we're going to add more styles to our head text. Next we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 30px, and margin is going to be 0px, 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 and 5px. The next we're going to have our card itself, which is the card class we've been adding all this while. It's also like a variable. We're going to have background here, it's going to be hash FFF, that is a white color. Next we're going to have padding for our card itself. It's going to be 10px, and height here is going to be 100%. The next we're going to have border radius for our card, and border radius here is going to be 10px. And next we're going to have box shadow for the card. Box shadow here is going to be 00, 10px, and 1px. Then we always have a variable for the color, and the variable here is going to be light gray for our box shadow. The next we're going to have border, and it's going to be 1px solid, and it's going to be a different color. We're not going to use a variable this time around. We're going to use EFE, FE, and we're going to have FAD. Let's see what our cards look like. This is it right here, the card styling, as you can see. Then next we're going to add a box sizing to our card, and box sizing for our card here is going to be border box. The next we're going to style our general button btn, which is also like a variable. For our buttons, we're going to have display flex, align items, center, and we're going to have justify content. It's also going to be center. The next, we're going to have a padding, and padding here is going to be, let's set padding to 8 px and 20 px. That is padding for top, bottom, left, and right. The next, we're going to have a font size for general button size, text size. It's going to be 14 px, and width here is going to be, let's set it to fit content. And next, we're going to have main width. Main width here is going to be 60 px. This means that our button width is never going to go below 60 px. Next, we're going to have a border radius, and it's going to be 30 px. And next, we're going to set it to border none to remove every border from any class or elements that has this btn class, usually buttons. Here, we're going to have our orange button. It's going to be orange btn, and this variable right here is for these buttons right here. As you can see, this orange one, the red one, the blue, and the purple down here. This is actually blue and this one is purple. Let's head right back, and here we're going to have our orange color. We're going to have hash EC909, and that should do it for orange color. And the background is also going to be a light orange color. It's going to be hash, let's see, FFACD1, and that should do it. Let's copy and paste this a few more times, then change things around. We need them about, let's say, 3 more times. 2, 3, and that should do it. The second one is going to be, let's call it blue btn. That's blue button, and the color here is, let's give it hash 64, let's say B2F4. That is our blue color. And next we're going to have our light background for a light color, light blue. Let's see, E3F6FE. And next we're going to have our red btn, which is our red button. Let's delete this, and here we're going to have hash, let's say F46464, and that should do it for red color. And the background is also going to be a much more lighter red color. It's going to be FEA3E3. And next we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have our purple btn. Let's call this purple, and here we're going to have hash A, let's see, hash A76764F4, and that should do it for our purple. And next we're going to have our light purple for the background. It's going to be hash, let's see, EEE and 3FE. The next we're going to have our color text. This right here is what I've already explained before. This color text is available. Let's say, let's copy and search for it in HTML. If you notice, we've already created them 4 times in HTML. Color text, and color text. This is what is going to happen whenever we change the style color text. Every other element that has the class color text is going to become whatever font size, whatever color we've already set it to in CSS. So right here in our CSS, let's give it a class, and for color text here, the color for color text, let's see, it's going to be main color. Let's see what that does. As you can see, every class and or element that has the class color text is going to be changed to this color. And even if we increase the font size to something else, let's see, let's set the font size to, let's call it, let's say 200 px. Every font size is going to be increased to 200 px. That is how easy it is to work with already defined class, or should we call it variables. So let's remove this. We don't need the font size, only the color. The next, we're going to style our shadow overlay. As I've already explained before, is the class, the shadow that appears whenever we click on the sidebar and open the sidebar. Shadow overlay. And for our shadow overlay, we are going to have a few styles right inside it. Firstly, we are going to have display none. It's not going to be visible to you. We get down to the smaller screen sizes. Display none. And we're going to have position. It's going to be fixed, and we're going to have z index and it's going to be 100 to make it much more visible and stay above every other element that has a position, maybe position absolute, position fixed, or whatever position. Here we're going to have background, and the color is going to be hash. Let's give it hash 27262C6 9C. That is a gray color. And next we're going to have weight, and the weight right here is going to be 100%, and height here is going to be 100 VH. Then next we're going to have show shadow. What this class does is to trigger and change our shadow overlay to display block whenever we click on our sidebar button. This sidebar button right here, whenever we click on, let's refresh, and whenever we click on this button right here, our shadow overlay is going to change from display none to display block, and we're going to be doing that with JavaScript. Next, we're going to style our sidebar itself. Let's see, sidebar, and for our sidebar, we're going to have height, and it's going to be 100%, and we're going to have a width for it. It's going to be 300 px, and it's also going to be position fixed, and let's see, it's going to be half top, and it's going to be 0 to make it stick to the top no matter what. Next, we're going to have left. It's going to be minus 300 px to make it disappear into the left side of the screen, but we don't need that for now. Let's remove this. For now. The next, we're going to have the index, and it's also going to have 100. Next, we're going to have background color, and it's going to be white. Let's see, hash FFF, and that should change it to white. And next, we're going to have overflow X, and it's going to be hidden. The next, we're going to have transition. Transition here is going to be 0.3 seconds, and we're going to have padding. Let's use padding top, and it's going to be 60 px, and we're going to have transition. We already have a transition right up there. We just have to change it to what we want. 0. Let's see, we need 0.3 seconds is, let's set that to is, and that is all we need. We're going to set the toggle class also, show sidebar, which also causes the sidebar to change from minus 300 px to, let's say, to minus 0 px whenever we click on the button. We're going to see how that works when we get to JavaScript. Next, we're going to style our sidebar links. Let's type in dot sidebar and dash links, and we're going to have li right here, which is the list tag. We're going to have list style type, and let's say it's going to be disk. We don't really need this, but let's just set it to make sure our list style type remains disk. Here we're going to have sidebar, and it's going to be a to style the anchor tags. Here we're going to have display block for our anchor tags, display block, and we're going to have list style type. We don't need this. What we need here is padding 10 px and 30 px for top, bottom, left, and right. Next, we're going to also have text declaration, and it's going to be none to remove the underline from our anchor tag. And next, we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 14 px. Then we're going to have color, and our color right here is going to be VAR, and it's going to be, let's set it to head text color. The next, we're going to have transition for a hover effect, and it's going to be 0.3 seconds is. Let's go ahead and set our hover effect so you can see what I'm talking about. Here we're going to have sidebar, then a hover. Here the hover effect is going to be main color, which changes the background to main color whenever we hover on our, this is going to be main color, not main background. Let's see, this is it. That's what we want. As you can see, our sidebar is coming along nicely. This is it. It's our sidebar right here, sticking to the left side and to the top. This is beginning to look like just what we want. Let's see. Next, we're going to set sidebar. If you notice, whenever we hover on the sidebar, the color remains black, and that does not look good. We can change that by typing in sidebar a hover and li. This means that the color of our list tag is going to change whenever we hover on the anchor tag. This is just what we want, as you can see. That looks good. Then next, we're going to style our close button and also give it those effects. It has in the demo. Here we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. We're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have position absolute, and it's going to be, let's see, we're going to need top, and our top here is going to be 10 px, and right is also going to be 10 px. The next we're going to have background, and the background for our button here is going to be none. And next we're going to need a border, and the border here is going to be 1 px solid, and we're going to have a variable, and it's going to be main color. That should do it. Let's see what our button looks like right now. This is our button right here. It's not yet looking good. I think there might be a problem. Okay, the problem is the width and the height. Let's say down here we're going to have the border radius, and the border radius is going to be 10 px. The next we're going to have a padding for our button. It's going to be 15 px, and we're going to have width, and the width here is going to be 30 px. We also need the height, and height right here is going to be 30 px, and font size is going to be 20 px. The next we're going to have a color. Color here is going to be harsh. Let's see, FB, F9. Okay, we need FB, F9, FF. The next we're going to have a background, and the background is going to be main color. And next we're going to need a cursor. We're going to need to change the cursor to pointer. To change it from arrow to a pointer whenever we hover on our button. Let's say cursor, and it's going to be pointer. The next we're going to add a transition for the hover effect to make it look much more smoother. 0.3 seconds is, let's see. As you can see, our button is already looking nice, just like the button we have right here. We are going to need to add the hover effect right now. Let's see. You can add the hover effect easily by creating dot close btn, and I will add the hover effect over, and here I will change the color whenever I hover on it. The color of our icon is going to be main color whenever I hover on it, and the background is going to be main background. And next we're going to have border, and it's going to be none. Then transform to make it rotate whenever we hover on it. We're going to have transform rotate, and it's going to be 180 degrees. Let's see what that looks like. This is it. This looks very nice, as you can see. This is it. That is it for our sidebar. Let's go ahead and create our content class. Let's see, creating content style, and here is going to be, let's see, margin left. I'm going to have margin left in here, and it's going to be 20 px, and padding here is going to be 20 px. The next we're going to style our open btn. I don't think we really need to start the open btn. What we need here is the toggle button. The open btn is supposed to be the class for toggle button, but it's now toggle button. Let's say here is going to be display none to make it invisible on other devices, but we don't need that right now. Let's remove this, and we're going to have a background, and it's going to be none. And next we're going to have padding, and padding here is going to be 10 px. Then next we're going to have border none. Let's remove every border from our button. Then next we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 24 px. And next we're going to set color to main color to make it look purple. This is our variable we've already defined at the top. And next we're going to have cursor, and it's going to be pointer. Then we're going to have transition to make our hover effect much more smoother. It's going to be 0.3 seconds and ease. Then next we're going to have our hover. Right down here, I'll create the double button again, and we're going to have a hover. And inside here we're going to have transform and rotate, and this time around is going to be 91 degrees. Let's see what that looks like. Now we're going to need to make this invisible, our sidebar invisible, so we can be able to see other elements in our website. Let's see, down here we're going to change the sidebar. Where is it? Uncomment this, and it's going to become left minus 300 px, and that should make it disappear to the left side. Not completely though. I think it's gone. Yes, it's actually gone. This is just a background, and our button should be right here. As you can see, our button now has its effects. Next, let's go ahead and style our toggle icon container. Let's see down here. Down here, we're going to have a class. Sorry, it's going to be, let's see, toggle. Let's call it toggle icon container in here, and we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have our logo text, which is my channel's name, as I said before at the beginning. Logo text, and it's going to be font size. It's going to have font size, and it's going to be 30 px, and we're going to have font weight, and it's going to be bolder. Then next we're going to have text decoration, and it's going to be none. Then we're going to have color, and color here is going to be main color. Let's see what it looks like. This is it. It looks beautiful. Then next we're going to style our navbar container itself. And one thing you should notice in the demo is that our navbar sticks to the top. This can easily be achieved with JavaScript and get bounding client rect. What that does is to target the navbar height, and once we scroll past our navbar height, it will become a fixed navbar just like this. We'll show you how to do that when we get to the JavaScript part of our tutorial. Next, we're going to create our navbar class here, and it's going to be navbar container, and it's going to be margin auto, and next we're going to have position, and it's going to be relative. The next we're going to have a width, and our width here is going to be 100%. Then after that, we're going to start our fixed navbar. Let's see down here, fixed navbar. This is the class that toggles whenever we scroll past the navbar height. Here we're going to have fixed navbar, and position is going to be fixed. And next we're going to have z index, and it's going to be 50. The next we're going to have margin auto, and next we're going to have width, and our width here is going to be 100%. The next we're going to have background, and our background is going to be white. The next we're going to have box shadow, and our box shadow here is going to be 0px, 0px, and we're going to have 10px, and we're going to have 1px, and we're going to have our variable, and our variable here is going to be light gray. What's there? Right here, it's going to be light gray. That is the box shadow for our fixed navbar. This is going to be fixed navbar, not fixed container, fixed navbar. That should do it. The next we're going to have our navbar class itself, navbar, and we're going to have display flex right in here. Then justify content, it's going to be space between, and we're going to have align items, it's going to be center, and height here is going to be 110px. Here, if you notice, our navbar is beginning to look very nice, but it seems there's a problem. Let's go ahead and style our links container. Let's type in links container, and in here we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be, let's set it to space between, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then we're going to have gap, and it's going to be, let's set it to 30px. Let's see what that looks like. This is our links right here, just what we want. Then next we're going to style our logo links container. Firstly, let's style our links themselves. Let's see, links container a, and we're going to have li. The next we're going to have text decoration, and it's going to be none. The next we're going to have list style type, and let's see, list style type, and it's going to be none. Our color here is going to be, let's say, black, and next we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 14px. The next we're going to have, let's see, our logo links container, logo links container. In here, we're going to have a few styles, and the first one is going to be display flex, and next is going to be justify content, space between, and we're going to have gap, and it's going to be 50 px. Let's see what our navbar looks like. This is it. Our navbar is beginning to look like just what we want. This is beginning to look nice. Let's see. Next, we're going to start our navbar buttons container, which is the container that holds these two buttons right here. Down here, we're going to have our navbar buttons container class. Let's see. Navbar buttons container. First, we're going to have display flex, and next, we're going to have align items. It's going to be center, and next, we're going to have gap, and it's going to be 25 px. And next, we're going to have sign in btn. Let's see. Sign in, and it's going to be button. It should actually be like this. This is what we have in the HTML. Sign in button, and next we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have justify content, and it's also going to be center. The next we're going to have background, and it's going to be none. And we're going to have cursor, and it's going to be pointer. Lastly, we're going to have a gap here, and it's going to be 3px. The next we're going to have our get started button. Let's see. Get started button. You can easily copy and paste this in, as it should make things much more faster. But we are going to need a background for the get started, so we're going to change the background to something else. Change this background right here from none to main color. And next we're going to have border none. Let's see. Border none. We don't need the gap. Remove this gap. We don't need it. We don't have any other elements apart from the text inside our button. Next, we're going to have a border radius, and it's going to be 5px. And next, we're going to have a color, and it's going to be white. The next, we're going to have font size, and our font size right here is going to be 15px. Then next, we're going to have width. Let's see, we're going to have width here, and our width here is going to be 120px. And we're going to have height, it's going to be 50px. Lastly, we're going to have a padding, and it's going to be 14px. Now let's see what our buttons look like. This button right here, we need a border none right here to remove the border from our button. Let's see, right here we're going to need to add border none, and that should do it. That is just what we want. Let's see what this looks like. It's beginning to look exactly the same, but now we're going to have to remove our button from there. Let's see the toggle button. Let's find it. This is our toggle button, and let's uncomment the display none to make it invisible. Then next we're going to start our hero section. Let's see, down here we're going to have our hero section, and let's see, we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. We're going to have flex direction, and let's see, flex direction, and it's going to be column. Then next we're going to have a background. If you notice in our demo, the background is slightly different from the other colors in other backgrounds. We have a particular background here that makes it look grayish, and we also have the same background right here. Let's see. Here we're going to use let's see, gray background. Let's check out gray background and see what it looks like. As you can see, the gray background is, let's see, it's just what we want, but it's actually slightly different. So let's use a different color to make it much more identical. We're going to use hash F4, F5, and F7, and that should do it. This is what we want. The next we're going to have a height right in here, and the height is going to be 100%, and we're going to have a padding bottom. Let's see, it's going to be 5 rem, and we're going to have a width, and our width here is going to be 100%. The next we're going to have a hero section container class. Let's see, hero section and container. Then we're going to have display flex right here, and next we're going to have justify contents. It's going to be space between, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have padding top. Let's see, padding top to add a space to the top of our container, and it's going to be 6 rem. Let's see what we have here. As you can see, this is beginning to look like just what we have in the demo. The next we're going to start our hero left, which is the left side of our hero section. Go down here, create a class, and it's going to be hero left, and it's going to be, our first style is going to be display flex, and next we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be flex direction is going to be column, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be start. The next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be left, and lastly we're going to have width, and it's going to be 50. Let's see, 50%. The next we're going to have our hero left header, hero left, and type in header, which is the header tag in HTML. We're going to have display flex right here, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be start. The next after that we're going to have a flex direction for our hero left header. Let's see, flex direction, and it's going to be column to make everything stack on top of each other. Next we're going to have a gap to add space in between all of them, and it's going to be 20px. And next we're going to have our hero header text. Let's see, hero header text, which is the big text right here in our hero section. This text, let's see what we have here. Hero header and text. Firstly, we have font size, and it's going to be 50px to make it large. And next we're going to have color. Our color right here is going to be, let's say, head text color, and font weight here, font weight, let's set it to bold. And next we're going to have text wrap, and text wrap is going to be balanced to make it look much more balanced, and our text won't wrap and begin to look bad. When it's wrapped, it's actually going to look nice, just like this. But we need to set this to 50px to make it look just like what we have here. Let's go ahead and complete our style for the left side. Next we have hero description. Hero description. Firstly, in our hero description, we're going to, let's see what we're going to have. We're going to have font size, and it's going to be 18px. And next we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be gray text color. Let's say this one. And next we're going to have line height, and it's going to be 29px. And next we're going to have margin, it's going to be 0px, and 24px. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, it now looks much more better than before. Let's comment this out and see what it looks like before our style. This is what it looks like before, and this is what it looks like with the style. As you can see, that is much more better. Next we're going to style our hero rights, and for our hero rights we're going to have just one style, and let's see, that's hero, and this is going to be right, not left, this time around. So in here we're going to have a width, and the width here is going to be 50%, so make it much more smaller and fit the left side. This is it, as you can see, just what we want. This looks much more better. The next we're going to start our, let's see, hero right image. Let's see, hero right, and here we're going to have img. In here we're going to have width, and it's going to be 100%, and height here is going to be 100%. The next we're going to have object fit, and it's going to be cover. Let's see what the image looks like. This is our image now. It now looks much more better, and everything is beginning to come along. Next, let's start our form and the inputs. This form and input right here, let's make it look nice. Let's see what we have here. Firstly, we have form container, and the weight is going to be 100%. And next we're going to have another class, and it's going to be search. Let's say search cause form, and our search for cause form here is going to be display flex, and it's going to be justify. It's going to have justify content, and it's going to be, let's see, flex start. Then next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be centered to make everything side by side and look much more nicer instead of to be scattered. Next, we're going to have position relative, and we're going to have weight, and it's going to be 90 px. Then next, we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 5 px. Then we're going to have background, and it's going to be hash fff. Then lastly, we're going to have the index, and it's going to be 10. Let's see what our search cost form now looks like. As you can see, everything is now side by side, but we're going to need to add more styles to make it look just like what we have in the demo. Next, we're going to have our icon input container. Let's create our icon input and container. Here we're going to have display, flex, and we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be flex start. The next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have position, and it's going to be relative. The next we're going to have a width. This is not actually what we need inside here. We don't need this position relative. And for our icon input container, we need position relative flex grow, and our flex grow is going to be 1. Then next we're going to need our search cost form icon. Let's get it and style it. Search cost form, then I. Here I'm going to have position absolute, and next we're going to have left, and it's going to be 10 px, and we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 16 px. I'm going to have a specific color for it, and the color here is going to be hash. Let's see, 808080, and that should be our gray color. Next we're going to have hero. Let's see, hero search inputs, hero search inputs, and in here we're going to have a width, and it's going to be 100%, and we're going to have height. Our height is going to be 100% also. And next we're going to have padding for top, bottom, left, and right. It's going to be 20 px and 35 px. Then next, let's see. Next, we're going to have our border none to remove every border from our inputs. Border none, and next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 5 px. Next, we're going to have outline none to remove the focus from our input. And next, we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 16 px. That is the text font size for our input. Next, we're going to have background, and it's going to be transparent. And next, we're going to have color. I think, do we have a color already? No. What we have is just one color, and here it's going to be hash 616161. Let's see what this looks like. As you can see, our input is now invisible, and it's beginning to look like just what we want. We still need to add more styles to make it look much more better. Next, we're going to style our input placeholder. Let's say hero search input, and next we're going to target the placeholder. That is the text inside our input that says search. We don't have any text. That has to be a mistake. Search your process. Let's see. Let's check HTML for the mistake. Let's search for inputs, and this is it right here. Our placeholder is available. It seems we need to make our inputs much more longer to be able to view our placeholder. For now, let's carry on with the remaining styles. Let's see. Just down here we have placeholder. We're going to set font size to 14 px, and font weight is going to be 400. And next we're going to have color, exactly the same color we had before. It's going to be hash 808080. Next we're going to have fonts. Let's see, we already have font weight. Next we're going to style our search input button. Let's see, hero search button. We already have a few flex styles, so we can just copy and paste them once again. Copy and paste this and change things around. Let's see, here we're going to have justify content center. It's our flex start. And next we're going to have height, and our height here is going to be 100%. Then next we're going to have background, and our background here is going to be main color. Let's see, main color. And next our box shadow, and it's going to be 1 px, 5 px, and vr, which is our variable, and it's going to be light gray. Then next we're going to have our color. And our color here is going to be white. Let's see, out here our color is going to be outside here, and it's going to be white. The next we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 0, 20 px, and I'm going to have font size outside here, font size, and our font size here, let's see, let's set our font size to 16 px for the button. And next we're going to have border none, and let's see what it looks like. Our button is coming along nicely. Next for the button we're going to have, let's see, border top right radius, and it's going to be 5 px. We're going to have the same, we're going to change it around just a little. This time around we're going to have bottom right radius, it's going to be 5 px. Then lastly for the button we're going to have cursor, and it's going to be pointer. Let's see what that looks like. This looks nice, that's what we want. I don't think we're done yet with our input, because there seems to be a little bit of a problem. We still need to add some styles to the form itself to make it look nice. And actually here we have actually here in our search class form we have a problem. It's not supposed to be 90 px for the width, it's supposed to be 90% to make it stretch out. Right here is going to be 90%, and that should fix it. As you can see, this is the problem we have with our width. And also for the button we have a little bit of a problem right there with the height. Let's see our button height. Let's check our button. The height is going to be 100%. That looks good. And hero search button. Let's see if this class is correct in HTML. You can just copy and search for it. Copy this class and search for the class. This is the class right here, hero search button, and that should do it. Let's check our hero input again. I think there is a problem with the padding. Actually, I think our buttons problem is right here. We have to change the button's height from 100% to 60 px to make it look just like what we want, and that should do it. The next we're going to start our achievement container. In here we're going to create another class, and it's going to be achievement container. And inside our achievement container we can just copy and paste what we already have in order to save time, and that should do it. But we need to change this to space between. And next we're going to have gap, and our gap here is going to be 60 px. Then next we're going to have margin top, and it's going to be 1.5 frame. Then next we're going to style our achievement number. Let's see, achievement number, and inside here we're going to have a color, and the color for our achievement number is going to be main color. Then next we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 40 px. Let's see what it looks like. This is not working. I think there might be a little problem. Let's see achievement number. Let's see if the class is available in HTML. It's not. Let's change the class right here, achievement number. Let's paste this. Then achievement. Okay, the problem is right here. We need to change this to VE. Let's change it back towards the way before, and that should do it. This is just what we want. Achievement number. Then next we're going to start the container itself. For the achievement container we need space between and display flex to make them look side by side. Let's check the HTML and make sure it's available. Achievement container. I think I typed it wrongly again. Let's over to CSS and change this to achievement type. Add an A to the front of the V, and that should be it. This is just what we want. As you can see, this looks nice. Next, what we are going to do is to start with the achievement type. Just down here, let's paste what we want. Don't forget to change the E again to avoid the error. And this is going to be achievement type. Then next, we're going to have a color, and the color here is going to be hash 1D1, and we're going to have 2B. And this is a mistake. It's supposed to be hash 1D1D and then 2B. That is our gray color. Next, we're going to have a font size right here. It's going to be 15px. And next, after our achievement type, we're going to have features section. That is our second section. Features section, and in here we're going to have display flex. Let's copy and paste what we already have from here and paste this again, and here we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have let's see, gap here, and it's going to be 20px, and we're going to have margin top, and it's going to be -4 rem. So shift it to the top and make it look just like what we have right here. This is our features section right here. And next we're going to go ahead and style the features card themselves. Here we're going to type in features, and here we're going to have card. For the feature card, we're going to have display flex. Here we're going to have display flex, and it's going to be have an items center. And next we're going to have padding, and our padding is going to be 30px. Lastly, for the feature cards, we're going to have grab, and it's going to be 10px. Let's see what we have right here. I think there might be a little bit of a problem because it's not actually working how we want. Let's check HTML and make sure the class is available in HTML. As you can see, it's not available. Let's change this to feature card instead. Remove the S and let's see what happens. And that should do it. As you can see, this is just what we want. Now let's check if this is available. Perfect. As you can see, it's available. Next, we're going to start our feature type. Here we're going to have feature type, and for our feature type we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 17px. Then font weight, we're going to have font weight right here after our font size, and it's going to be 500. And next we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be head text color. Then next we're going to have margin, and we're going to have 0px, and 5px. Then after that we're going to have our feature description. Let's see, feature, it's supposed to be dot feature description. Let's make sure it's available in HTML to avoid any error. Let's see, it's not available. Let's add an N. Still not available, and this is the original class. We'll just copy and paste it to make sure it is correct, and that should do it. Next, we're going to add a font size in our description. It's going to be 14px, and next we're going to have font weight. It's going to be 400, and next we're going to have line height. Our line height here is going to be 23px. Then next we're going to have color, and our color is going to be gray text color. Let's see what it looks like. This is our description right here. As you can see, it looks very nice, and it's beginning to look like just what we want. I think there might be a little problem with the card because it doesn't look exactly like what we want. Let's see, feature section. I think the problem might be right here with the class. Let's see. Let's go to HTML and make sure the class is available. Features section container. Yes, it's supposed to be feature section container, not just feature section. That's the problem. Let's paste this in here, and that should fix everything. Perfect. As you can see, this is just what we want. Now let's get rid of the space between. What we need is justify content, center, not space between, center, and this is it. That's what we want, as you can see right here. This looks nice. The next, we're going to add more styles to our card items to make them look just like what we want. Next, we're going to have feature card, and surround it's going to be icon. And for the icon, we're going to have a few flex and align items, a few flex attributes. Here, we're going to have flex, display flex, and align item center. Next, we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. And next, we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 10 px. I'm going to need a max height to make it unable to exceed a certain height. Max height here is going to be 20 px, and next we're going to have max width, and our max width here is going to be 20 px. It's also not going to be able to exceed 20 px for the width and height. Next we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 20 px also. Next we're going to have border radius, and it's the last attribute for our icon. Here border radius is going to be 30 px. The next we're going to have different styles for different icons. If you notice in the demo, our icons do not exactly have the same color or the same background. We're going to achieve that by creating different styles for our different icons. Firstly, we're going to have icon red, and here we're going to have background, and it's going to be hash. Let's see, FF577. Okay, we need just 17 and 22, then 1C. We can copy, and we can't copy yet. Let's create the remaining attributes. Firstly, we're going to have border, and it's going to be 1px dashed, and let's see our color right here. It's going to be hash FF577. Actually, just 17 and 22. We need this color once more. For our main color, we're going to change the icon color. It's going to be, let's see, exactly the same color with the border color. Let's copy this color and paste it in here, and that should do it. As you can see, our icons now look exactly just like what we want. Why? Because they all have the same style and same class right now. We'll just need to change this around, and it should going to look nice. Let's change this to features icon. This is supposed to be features icon, not just feature icon. That's the problem. This now looks nice. Let's create the remaining classes. Copy and paste this 2 more times. That is what we need. And the second one is going to be icon blue, and the third one is going to be icon green. Next, we're going to have our second color right here. It's going to be hash 9906 and AD41F. That's our blue color. The next, we're going to have our background color for our border color and color for the icon blue. So the second one actually is supposed to be purple. I don't think it's blue. This is purple, yes, but let's just call it blue to save time, and we're going to have to change it around in HTML once more. Here we're going to have hash 906 AD4, and next we're going to also have the same color right here. Let's copy and paste this in here, and that should change the color. The next we're going to change the green color also. In the green color, we're going to have hash 7CB F2 F1 F, and that should do it for our green color. The next, we're going to have a different color also for the border color and for our icon color. Here it's going to be hash 7CB F2F. You can just copy and paste this in here, and that should do it. The colors and background are not yet different because we haven't changed them yet. What we have to do is head over to HTML. Let's search for this, and you can find it right here. Let's see what we have. The first one is icon red, icon blue, and icon green. Here we are going to change this to blue and change this to green, and that should do it. Let's see what we have now. This looks good, as you can see. We're now done with the features section. Now we can head over. Let's see. It doesn't seem like our text are complete, but they're actually complete. It looks good. You can just leave it like that. This doesn't cause any problem. Next, we can head over to the category section right here. Let's head over down to the category section. And for our category section, I think we are going to need to add card details. Let's see if card details is available. Or are going to need card details right here. Let's see. That's feature card details. That might be the problem with our card. And here we're going to have display flex and we want to have align items. Let's see. Align items is going to be center. And next we're going to have justify content and it's going to be column. Column. Then next we're going to have category section header. Let's see what our cards looks like. Our cards look like right now. It doesn't change anything because the text are not yet bigger. But if you collapse this, you'd notice that it's now looking just like what we have right here. But it's not yet responsive. We're going to add some media queries later to make them responsive. So down here we're going to have our category section. Let's see. Firstly, for our category section, we're going to get the category, class, categories, section, and in here we're going to have our former flex attributes. Just paste this in and that should do it. It should be inside it. Then next we're going to have, let's see what we need. We need justify content right here. So that's the problem right here. What we need is flex direction, not justify content. Flex direction here is going to be column, and that should solve the problem with our feature card details. But this class might not be available in HTML. Let's just check to make sure. As you can see, it's not available. This is actually the correct class right here, feature details. Let's change this to feature details and that should fix it. That just caused the problem. Let's see what it actually looks like here. This is what it's supposed to look like, but it doesn't need, let's see, it doesn't need the align item center class. What it needs is start and let's see what that looks like. This is it. That's what we want. Let's go ahead and continue with our category section. So in the category section, we are missing justify content right here. Justify content here is supposed to be center. Then next we're going to have flex direction and it's going to be column. Down here we're going to have category section again, but this time around we're going to have a header right in front of it and we're going to have text align, it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have padding. The padding here is going to be 30px and 0px. The next we're going to have our category cards. Let's see, category cards. That is the container that holds every card in our category. Here we're going to have display grid and we're going to have grid template columns and it's going to be, let's say, repeat, auto fit, and we're going to have min max, and in here we're going to have our card width. It's going to be 300px and 1fr. Let's see what our cards look like. Doesn't look nice yet because we're not yet done. Next we're going to add a gap. Let's see, just down here we're going to have our gap. Our gap here is going to be 20px and I always have padding and our padding here is going to be 10px. Then next, let's see if our category card class is actually correct. Let's copy this and search for it in HTML to make sure it's correct. And yes, it is correct. Then next, we're going to add padding bottom. This is supposed to be padding top, and we are going to add a padding bottom right here. Padding bottom and it's going to be 100px. Then next, we're going to add a width, and our width right here is going to be 100%. And next, we're going to add gap. I think we already have a gap up there. We don't need any other gap. What we need next is margin top, and our margin top here is going to be 0.5 iframe. The next we're going to start with the category cards themselves. Let's see, category card. Don't make the mistake of leaving an S right in front of it. You have to change this to card, not cards. Here we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be column. And next we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 30px. Then next we're going to have gap, and it's going to be 10px. After that we're going to have cursor, and our cursor here is going to be pointer. Then next we're going to have transition to make the hover effect much more smoother, and our transition here is going to be 0.3 seconds. Let's see what our card looks like. As you can see, it's beginning to look nice, but it seems we're missing one card right here. Our cards are beginning to look just like what we have right here in the demo. I'm missing one card. Let's head over to HTML and add one more card. Let's see. You can just copy this and paste it in, and that should do it. That's our card. Next, let's go ahead and complete the styles for our category cards. Next, we're going to have our hover effect for the category card. Here for the hover effect, we're going to change the background whenever we hover on it, and the background is going to be changed to main color, and the color is going to be changed to white. Let's see what it looks like. This is perfect, as you can see. Next, let's go ahead and style our category type. Let's see, category, and I'm going to have type. The next type font size in here is going to be 17px, and font weight is going to be 300. And next we're going to start category quantity. Let's see, category quantity. Here it's going to have a color, and it's going to be let's use this color we already have right here, and let's see what it looks like. This looks nice. This is just what we want. Let's see what we have here. It's beginning to look nice. The next we're going to start our category description. Let's see, category description. Let's see if this class is available in HTML. It's available. Yes, it's available. Next, we're going to add our color, and the color we need here is the gray text color. This color right here, and we need a font size, and it's going to be 17px. The next, we're going to add a line height, and it's going to be 30px. So add a space in between the text and our letters whenever it breaks into another line. Then next we're going to have a text wrap, and text wrap here is going to be wrap. Then next we're going to add margin, and our margin here is going to be 0px, 0px, and 5px. Let's see what it looks like. I think there might be a problem. Let's check this again. This is our category description right here. It's available, and I think that works. There is no problem at all. Let's see, it works, but we might have to change this gray color. Let's see to light gray and see what it looks like, if that works much more better. Let's see, light gray. I think this is good. We're done with the category section, but we might have to style our icon itself to make it look just like what we have here. So for the icon, we can just type in dot category and then icon. Then here we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have align items. It's going to be center, and we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have background, and our background here is going to be main background. Then next we're going to have border radius, and border radius is going to be 100%, and we're going to have color, and the color here is going to be main. Let's use main color. The next, let's see, we're going to have a padding here, and our padding is going to be 15px, and we're going to have weight, and the weight is going to be 30px. Our height is also going to be 30 px, and font size is going to be 20 px. The next one, we're going to have a margin for all sides. The margin is going to be 0 px, 12.8 px, and 5 px. And lastly, we're going to have 0 px. Let's see what our icon looks like. As you can see, it's beginning to look just like what we have right here in the demo. This looks nice. This looks very nice. Now I think we're done with the category section. Let's move over to the courses section and make it look just like what we have right here. So for the courses section, we just have to type out our courses section class. Here we're going to have courses section, and for our courses section, we're going to have background, and our background here is going to be a variable, and it's going to be in gray background. Firstly, we're going to have padding bottom, and it's going to be 80 px, and next we're going to have padding top, and it's going to be 50 px. So add a space at the top and bottom of our category, our courses section. Next we're going to have courses main, and our courses main is going to have similar style attributes with the category icon. Just paste this in, and this is what we need. Then next we're going to have flex direction, and flex direction here is going to be column, and margin top here, let's say margin top is going to be 2 rem. Then here we're going to have our courses section header, and for the header we're going to have text align, and it's going to be center. Let's see what our courses section looks like at the moment. As you can see, it's beginning to look like just what we want, but all we have here right now is just one card. We can copy and paste more of them when we're done styling the first one. So let's go ahead and start our courses description. Let's start our courses and description. Here we're going to have color, and the color is going to be hash. Let's see, 523C 3C. And next we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 17 px. Then next we're going to have line height, and line height is going to be 26 px. And next we're going to have text wrap, and it's going to be wrap. Lastly, we're going to have margin for all sides once more. It's going to be 0 px, and 5 px. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, it looks very much more nicer than before. We can copy and paste our style for this one right here to make it look just like that. Copy this description, and let's see, paste it right here, and let's see what that looks like. It doesn't change. I think there might be a problem with our courses description. Let's see what the problem is. Category description, let's see, it's right here, but it's not actually working. Let's copy this and paste it in here. Okay, I see the problem is our first letter here, which is the C, is a capital letter, and let's change this to a small letter and to a lowercase, and that should fix it. As you can see, this looks good, looks much more better. The next, what we're going to do is to start our courses cards. Let's see, which is the card container that holds the courses cards. Just down here after our courses description, we're going to start our courses cards. And for the courses cards, we're going to have display grid. We're going to have something similar with what we had before up there. Let's copy this and paste it inside here, and that should do it. But we might have to change a few things around. Change margin top to 2 rem, and remove this padding, we don't need it, and that should do it. Let's see what our courses can look like. As you can see, it now looks much more bigger than before. When we're done styling our courses card, we can paste them and have more of them, just like what we have right here. So next, what we have to do is style our image and icons. Let's see, we're going to create another class, and it's going to be courses. Let's call it course image and icons. Next, we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have width, and our width here is going to be 100%. The next, we're going to have position, and it's going to be relative. The next, we're going to have, let's see, course lock icon, and here is going to be display flex, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. The next, we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. We're also going to have position absolute right here, and next we're going to have left, it's going to be 10px, and next we're going to have top, and it's going to be 10px. The next we're going to have a color. We already have an orange color right here. Let's see our orange color, ff9. It's not available. Let's just create it again. ff9 it's 00. And next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 100%. The next we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 15px. We're going to have a color. Let's know what we need is a background color. We already have a color, and our background color is going to be white. The next we're going to have let's see, we need a width, and the width is going to be 15px, and height is going to be 15px. The next we're going to set font size to 18px. Let's see what it looks like. This is it right here. This is just what we want, but it seems there's an extra background right under it. Let's go ahead and check what the problem is in HTML. Let's see. So this is it right here. Let's inspect and check what the problem is. Okay, the problem is the purple btn class. Let's go ahead and remove it. Let's see, purple btn, course description, and purple btn. I think there's a class right here. We don't even have to remove that. We're going to use it later, so just leave it as it is. We're going to use that later. Let's go ahead and continue with our style. We don't need to remove that. Next, we're going to have our cosplay icon. You can just copy and paste this once more, and then change things around. Copy and paste this, and this time around our color here is going to be main color. Change color to main color, and next we're going to change this to right instead of left. And next we're going to have font size. This time around here is going to be 19px, and that should do it for our play icon. We're going to have to change the class to cosplay icon this time around, and here we're going to have width 13px and height 13px. That should do it for our play icon. As you can see, it's right over here, just what we want. Next, we're going to start our course image. It seems we removed this before because it was too large, as I said at the beginning. Now our course image is back where it should be. Let's style it and make it look just like what we want. Here we're going to have course. Let's set this to image img. The width here is going to be 100%, and the height is going to be, let's set it to 250px. The next we're going to have object fit, and it's going to be cover. And next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 10px. Let's see what our image looks like. As you can see, our image is beginning to look much more like what we have right here in the demo. That is for our image. Next, let's go ahead and style our course footer image, which is the image we also made unavailable. Let's see it, the image right here. Let's bring it back, and it should be here. Let's go ahead and style it and make it look much more smaller. Let's see. This time around, it's going to be course footer image, not just course image. And for this one, we're going to add width, and it's going to be 100px, and height is going to be 100%. Let's see what it looks like. It's not working. It seems there is a problem with the class. Let's copy and paste this in HTML to see what the problem is. Copy and search for it. It's not available. As you can see, there is no class. So what you have to do is to create the class right here. I think this is it. Let's just copy and paste this in there. Actually, this is correct because what you are styling right now is course footer image. What you have to do is just copy and paste this in there, and that should do it. Let's see. It's beginning to look like what we want, but let's leave it as it is. Then later we can change it around at the end when we start styling the course footer. This time around, let's style course. Let's see, courses cards bottom. Then we're going to have display flex. We just need the styles we've already used before, so you can copy and paste it again. Let's see, inside here we're going to have those same classes once more. And for the card button, we need flex direction. We don't actually need these two. What we need here is flex direction, and flex direction here. Flex direction here is going to be column, and next we're going to have text align, and text align here is going to be start. Then next after that we're going to have cost price container, which is the container that contains our cost price right here. This cost price and the design button. I think the problem here is that there might not be any text right inside that background. Let's see what it looks like. Let's search for it. Where is it? Right here, this is the problem. Just change the text right in here and it should be fixed. That is it. That's the problem. As you can see, that is just what we want. Let's go ahead and continue with our styles. So down here we're going to have a cost price container. Cost price container. Then next we're going to have flex direction. Display flex. Display flex right here. And next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be space between. The next we're going to have width, and our width here is going to be 100%. The next we're going to have margin top, and it's going to be 0.5 rem. The next we're going to have padding, and it's going to padding bottom, not just padding bottom, and it's going to be 10 px. The next we're going to have cost price, which is the cost price itself. Cost price. Here the font size for our cost price is going to be 24 px, and we're going to have font weight, and it's going to be bold. The next we're going to have color, and our color right here is going to be main color. Let's see what it looks like. This is our color right here. As you can see, it's beginning to look just like what we have right there in the demo. The next we're going to style our course title. Let's see, course title. Here we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 15 px. The next we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be, let's set its head text color. The next we're going to have font weight, and font weight here is going to be, font weight is going to be 400. Then next we're going to have line height, and our line height here is going to be 24 px. And we're going to have margin top, and margin top is going to be 10 px. The next we're going to have our course duration. Let's see, course duration, and here it's going to be, we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be left, and after that we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have width, and our width here is going to be 100%, and margin top here is going to be 15 px. Then after that we're going to have gap, and our gap here is going to be 10 px. Let's see what our course duration looks like. This is it right here. As you can see, it's going to look perfect. Then next we're going to have the course duration span to make them aligned and stay side by side with the actual icons. As you can see right here, 10 hour and 7 minutes belongs to the clock icon, and 28 lectures belongs to the video icon. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's type out course duration. course duration, and we're going to have a span right in front of it, and this span here is going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items. It's going to be center, and next we're going to have gap, and our gap here is going to be 5px. The next we're going to have cost. Let's see, we're going to have cost time. Let's see what our duration looks like right now. As you can see, this is beginning to look nice. Now for our cost time, we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 13px, and we're going to have color, and the color here is going to be gray text color. Then next we're going to have cost quantity. Just copy and paste this again and change this to quantity, and this time around we're going to have a different color. Actually, it's the same color, we don't need to change anything. This is just what we want. What we're going to change are the colors for the video and clock icon. So what I'm going to do is to create a class, and I'm going to have let's see, it's going to be course clock icon. Here color is going to be a red color, it's going to be hash. Let's see, F33066. Then next we're going to have font size, and font size is going to be 13px. You can just copy and paste this and change this around for to suit the video icon. Here I'm going to have course video icon, and the color is going to be a green color. I'm going to have hash 27b737, and that should be it. Let's see what that looks like. As you can see, this looks nice. This is beginning to look good. The next we're going to start our card feeder. That is the last stage for our card, and after that it should look just like what we have here. Let's go ahead and start our card feeder. Create a card feeder class. Let's see, it should actually be course card feeder, and we're going to have some basic style attributes right inside there. You can just copy this and paste it in, and here we're going to have justify content. It's going to be space between, and we're going to have align items. It's still going to be center. We're going to need padding top. Padding top here is going to be 10px, and gap here is going to be 5px. The next we're going to need width. Our width here is going to be 100%, and margin top here is going to be 0.5 frame. The next we're going to need a border, and our border here is going to be 1px solid. We're going to use a variable color, and it's going to be light gray. We need this color right here, right, light gray. And next we're going to add our instructor footer image, which is the one I was talking about before. Let's see if it's available. Where is it? Right here, instructor footer image. Just copy and paste it right in front of that one, and that should do it. Here we're going to have width, and it's going to be 35px, and height here is also going to be 35px. The next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 30px, and object fit is going to be covered. Let's see what our image looks like. This is this right here. That's what we want. We don't need border all around it. What we need is just border top. Let's see what the problem is. Here what we need is border top, and that should fix it. We also need the border radius for our image, our instructor image. Change that to 30px, and our instructor image should look just like what we want. The next we're going to start our course icon container. Let's see, down here create another class, and we're going to have course icon container, and here we're going to have color, and the color is going to be our gray text color, and next we're going to have border, and border here is going to be 1px solid, and it's going to be a gray color again. We're going to have, let's see, hash b3b bb and bvd, and I'm going to have 253. That's a gray color. And next we're going to have font size, and font size here is going to be 13 px. We're going to have a padding, and our padding here is going to be 8 px. And next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 100%. Let's see what it looks like. This is beginning to look nice, just like what we have right here. Actually, we don't need a border for the course icon container. We're going to remove this border and use it for the course icons themselves. Now what we have to do, what we need here is course icon, course footer icon. So just remove this and change this to course footer, then icon, and we can bring back the border and it should look nice. This is it, that's what we want. But it seems there's a problem right here. That should fix it. As you can see, our icon now has the border and it looks much more smaller than before. Then next, what we're going to do is style our course icon container. Let's see, course. Here we're going to have course icon and container. Here in the course icon container, we're going to have display flex and we're going to have guard, and it's going to be 20 px. Then next, we're going to have instructor stats number. Yes, let's see if it's available right here. This should be it, instructor stats number. That is status number. In here in the status number, we are going to have, let's see, we're going to have font size and it's going to be 13 px, and we're going to have hash. Let's see, 3c. This is going to be our color. It's going to be hash 3c4582. That should be it. Let's see what our instructor stats look like. As you can see, this is beginning to look like just what we want. Now all we have to do is style the more courses button. As you can see, this button right here, let's make sure it's available because it doesn't seem like it is. Let's head over here and check for our button. I think our button is supposed to be right under the course cards. So right here, let's create our button, and the class for this button is going to be more courses button. Let's see, more courses btn. That should do it. And we're just copy this class and let's see what it looks like right here. The text inside it is explore more courses. So let's just type in the text, explore more courses. And right here we're going to style our button. Let's style our button. And for the button, we are going to have just a few styles. We're going to have cursor and it's going to be pointer. And next we're going to have background, and our background here is going to be main background. And next we're going to have color, and our color is going to be main color. Then next we're going to have weight, and it's going to be 250 px. Then next we're going to have border, and it's going to be 4 px. We're going to have border none to remove every border from our button, and font size here is going to be, let's set it to 16 px. The next we're going to have padding, and it's going to be 20 px. The next we're going to have margin top, which is the last style right here. It's going to be 2 rem. Now let's see what our button looks like. This is our button right here. It looks like just what we want. As you can see, we're done with the card, but all we have to do right now to make it look just like what we have here is to paste. Let's see, we need 1 2 3 4 5. Is to paste 5 more of them in the HTML, and that should be it. Let's find our button. This is our button right here. So just copy and paste this. Let's see, 5 more times. 1 2 3 4 5, and that should do it. This is our button. This is just what we want, but we still need to reshape our grid to make it look just like what we want. Head right up here to that grid. Let's find the grid. This is our grid right here. Change this to 400. Let's see, and that should do it. As you can see, this is just what we want. You don't really have to change the image if you don't want to, because I want to be changing it in order to save time. We're already done with the course cards. Let us head over to the next part, which is our instructor section. We have two instructor sections. This is the first one. So to start the first one, what we have to do is to create an instructor hire section class. So down here, we're going to have an instructor section class. It's going to be instructor hire section actually, and we're going to have display flex right inside here, and we're going to have align items center next. The next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. If you notice, our courses card is already responsive, because that is what grid does. It automatically makes things responsive without any much stress. But still, we're going to have to change a lot of things, which are just the container and our margin classes, to make it look more like what we have here. As you can see, let's go ahead and finish with our instructor section before we begin to change our container classes to make it responsive. So next, we're going to create another instructor. Let's say instructor main container is what we have next. Instructor main container, and we're going to have display flex right inside here, align items center. Then next we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be column, and next we're going to have gap, and our gap here is going to be 50 px. The next we're going to have instructor, let's say higher section, then main. Here we're going to have display flex, and our display flex, let's see what it looks like. As you can see, this puts them side by side before any other class or attributes to make them look much more better. Let's go ahead and finish before we begin to worry about making them look much more better. We have to design much more other things, like our head class right here, instructor head text. Here we're going to have margin, and our margin here is going to be 0px, 0px, and 15px for all sides. And next we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 32px to make it look large. And we're going to have text wrap, and text wrap here is going to be balanced, and that should do it. This is our text right here, but we're not yet done. So next we're going to have instructor description text. Let's see what we have right here. This is our instructor hire section. So what we need right now is the instructor description text. Let's see. This is it right here. Just copy this and paste it in, and that is what we need. Color here is going to be gray text color, and font size is going to be 17px, and text wrap here, let's see, text wrap is going to be balanced, and next we are going to have margin again, and margin here is going to be, let's set it to 0px, 0px, and 15px. The next we're going to have text align, and it's going to be start. Let's see what we have next. We have offers container. I think there might be a little bit of a problem, since our containers are not yet on equal, let's say they are supposed to be on equal width and height, to make them side by side, just like what we have right here. But we have to style the image after styling the left side before it can look like what we have right there. Let's go ahead and continue with our styles. So next, what we're going to do is to style our offers container, which is the one that holds the instructor offers. Let's see, offers container. Here we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items. It's going to be start. Then next we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be column. Then after that we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be start. Next we're going to have a gap, and our gap here is going to be 15px. And next we're going to have our offers container li. Let's see, that is to target the list tag directly. Here we're going to have font size for the list tag, and it's going to be 16px. Then next we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be, let's see, it's going to be gray, and let's use gray text color. Here we're going to have font weight, and it's going to be 400. Let's see what it looks like. This is our list tag right here. As you can see, it looks very nice. Let's make sure our icons are right there. Not to make any mistake. As you can see, our icons are not even here. We have to create our icons fa-solid, and we're going to have fa-check. Let's copy and paste this few more times, and that should do it for our icons. Let's see what it looks like. This is our icons right here, as you can see. Now, after our list tag, what we have next is the offer check icons to make them look like just what we want. Here we're going to type in offer check icon. This class right here in front of our icons, you can just copy and paste it. And for our offer check icon, we need display flex and align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have justify content, and it's also going to be center. Next we're going to have color here, and it's going to be main color. And next we're going to have background. We're going to set it to main background. Then next we're going to have border radius, and our border radius here is going to be 100%. And next we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 7px. And max height here is going to be, let's set max height to 30px, and max width is going to be 30px. The next we're going to have font size, not font style. Font size here is going to be 17px, and that should be it for our offer check icon. This is what it looks like, and it looks nice. The next we're going to style our enroll btn, and we have to make sure it is available in HTML in order to avoid any error. This is our enroll btn right here, just what we want. Let's make sure it is correct. That is it. Next we're going to add cursor, and it's going to be pointer for our enroll btn, and our enroll button is going to have a background, and background here is going to be main color. And next we're going to have color, and it's going to be hash FFF, that is our white color. Then next we're going to have a width right here, and our width here is going to be 170px. Then next we're going to have border radius, and it's going to be 4px. The next we're going to have border, and our border here is going to be none. Next we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 16px. Then we're going to have a padding, and our padding here is going to be 20px. Then we're going to have margin top. Let's see, margin top, and our margin top here is going to be 1.5 rem. Let's see what our button looks like. As you can see, it looks very nice, just like what we have here in the demo. It's beginning to come along nicely. Next we're going to start our higher top container. Let's see, higher top container. Let's see what it's going to look like. Here we're going to have display flex for our higher top container, and align items center. Display flex and align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be space between, and we're going to have weight, and it's going to be 100%. Then we're going to have higher top left to make it equal with the right side. Higher top left, that is the left side that looks squeezed on this side. We have to add some styles to it to make it look equal with this one, and we're going to separate them and put them on each side. To do that, we're going to have to add display flex right here, and we're going to need align items, and it's going to be start. And next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be right. And we're going to need flex direction, and it's going to be column. And next we're going to add weight, and it's going to be 50%, and we're going to need, and it's going to be 10px. And we're going to need height is going to be 100% here, and border radius to make it look curvy, and it's going to be 10px. Not actually need this, but I think it's for the image, so that should look good. Next we're going to set our higher top image. Let's make sure this class is available in HTML. Let's remove that border radius for now. Let's make sure if this is available. It's available, and let's see what it contains. That's just what we want. Next, we're going to style our higher top image. Let's see. Let's type in top image container. And here we're going to have width, and it's going to be 50%, and that should make it look good. As you can see, this is just what we want. The next, we're going to style our image itself. Let's see. Higher top, and we're going to have img, which is image. We're going to have width, and it's going to be 100%, and height here is going to be 100%. Then we're going to have object fit, and it's going to be cover. Let's see what it looks like. This is perfect. As you can see, it's beginning to look like just what we have right here, and it looks nice. This is it for our top section. Next, we're going to go ahead and style the bottom section to make it look like just what we have right here. So next, what we have is what you need to do is come over to the bottom section, and here we're going to type in higher bottom and container. Here we're going to add display flex, and we're going to add align items, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to add justify content, and it's going to be left. And after that, we're going to style our higher top, our higher bottom right, which is the one that holds the image. Let's see what it holds. Not the image, but the text. Let's see. Higher and bottom right. For the higher bottom right, we're going to have quite some codes. There are going to be a lot of them. I will have display flex, and I want to have align items, and it's going to be set. Let's use start. And this should be down here. And after that, we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be column. And next, we're going to have width, and our width here is going to be, let's set it to 50%. Then next, we're going to have gap, and our gap right here is going to be 40px. Then we're going to have padding bottom, and our padding bottom here, let's see, is going to be, let's set it to 0px, and padding top is going to be 0px. The next, we're going to have padding. We don't actually need all of this. What we need most here is just padding, which is going to be 10px. For now, let's remove this. We can bring them back later. Now we're going to set height to 100%, and border radius here is going to be 10px. Now let's see what we have at the bottom right. As you can see, it's going to look like just what we want right here. So next, what we have to do is to style the bottom image container to make it look like what we have at the top. You can just copy and paste this. Let's see the image container. Copy this and paste it once more. And for the image container, we're just going to have bottom image container, and the width is also going to be 50%. Then we're going to have the higher image right inside it. Let's see, higher bottom image this time around, higher bottom image, and here we're going to have let's say width is going to be 100%. Actually, it's the same class with the same styles with what we have right here. You can just copy and paste them in here, and that should do it. Next, we're going to let's see what it looks like before we move on to the next section. This does not look good. I think the problem is that our image class is not available in HTML. Let's just copy this and paste it in for the image right here. This is the image. Create a class and paste it in, and that should do it. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, it now looks nice, but this looks much more better right here. We still need to add more classes to make it look like what we have here in the original design, in our own design. Here the demo looks nice. We have the colors and a little bit of padding at the left side. Let's go ahead and add what we need to make it look like just what we want. Let's get over to the CSS. So next, what we're going to add is our higher feature container. Let's see, higher feature container. Here we're going to add display flex, and next we're going to add align items, and it's going to be start. The next we're going to have justify content. It's going to be inside there, justify content, and it's going to be start. And next we're going to have a gap, and it's going to be, let's say our gap is 10 px. The next we're going to have higher bottom icon, higher bottom, and it's going to be icon not container. Here in the higher bottom icon, I'm going to add display flex, and I'm going to have align items. It's going to be center, and we're going to add justify content, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to add a color, and it's going to be main color. Let's see, main color, and our background here is going to be main background. The next we're going to have a border radius to make our icon look curvy. It's going to be 30 px. Then next we're going to add a padding, and our padding here is going to be 10 px. Then I'm going to add a max. Let's add a max height. It's going to be 30 px, and a max width, which is also going to be 30 px. The next we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 20 px. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see, this is it right here, just what we want. But we need to add a padding here to make it look like what we have right here. Let's see. So in the higher feature container, right here, let's add a padding here, 20 px. That is not what we want. We need a padding in the container that holds the whole feature. So let's see what the container is. The container is higher bottom right. Let's find it. Higher bottom right. This is our container right here. So we need a padding of 20 px instead, and that should do it. As you can see, this looks nice. Now let's remove this two padding. We don't need them anymore. Next, we're going to start our service type. Our service type right here, service type, which is the text. These texts are going to need to make them much more bigger and make them stand out. For our service type, we're going to have a color, and the color here is going to be head text color, and font size here is going to be, let's say, 21 px to make it look bigger. And let's see what it looks like. As you can see, it now looks much more better. Then next, we're going to style our service description. Let's see, service description. Here for our service description, we're going to have gray text color as the color. Let's see, gray text color. The next, we're going to have a font size here, and our font size here is going to be 16 px, and line height here is going to be, let's say it's 1.6, and let's see what that looks like. As you can see, our gray text color now looks much more better. Sorry, our service description, not gray text color. Then next, let's head over and start our instructor section. Right now, we are done with the first instructor section. As you can see, we are going to start styling our top instructor section right now, which is the second to the last section. It should not take much time like the others. So let's go ahead and get started with it. Instructor. This time around, what we need is just instructor section like this, and it's actually going to be instructors section, not instructor. Here we're going to have background, and background here is going to be gray background. Let's see. The next we're going to have padding here. Now padding here is going to be 4 rem and 0 px. That is for top, bottom, left, and right. The next we're going to have instructor section container. Let's see, instructors section and then container. Inside here we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. We're going to have justify contents next, it's going to be center, and next we're going to have justify. We need flex direction, not justify, flex direction, and it's going to be column. Then next we're going to have instructor. Let's see, instructor. What we need is this same class, so all we have to do is grab it from here and paste again. paste it, and this time around we're going to be targeting the header, and we're going to add text align, and it's going to be center. Let's see what it looks like. This is it right here. As you can see, it looks nice, and our background is already here. The next we're going to have our top instructor description. Let's see if it's available. Top instructor description, where is it? Right here. Just copy and paste this. This is what we need. In here we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be gray text color. Let's see, gray text color. And next we're going to have font size, and down here our font size is going to be 17px. The next we're going to have let's see, line height, and our line height here is going to be 27px. We're going to have text wrap, line height here. This is a mistake. It's not supposed to be like this style, but line height. Let's see, line height is going to be 27px. The next we're going to add text wrap, and it's going to be wrap. The next we're going to add a margin, and our margin here is going to be 0px, 0px, and 5px. Let's see what it looks like. This is it. That's what we want. The next we're going to add, we're going to tell our instructor cards. That is the class that holds the instructor cards. What we have to do is search for grid, and this is our grid right here. You can just copy this again and use it once more. Let's head over and style our instructor cards. Just down here, we're going to add the class instructor cards, and let's make sure it's available. Let's paste this in and then search for it in HTML to make sure it's available to avoid error. This is it, it's available, and let's see what it looks like. As you can see, our card is already designed with the grid attributes. All we have to do now is style them directly to make our card look much more better. But firstly, let's change margin top here to 2 rem. What we need here is 2 rem for margin top, and we're going to remove this padding right here. We don't need them this time around. And secondly, we're going to, let's change min max here to 400px, our card weight. And next we're going to start instructor card top, instructor, let's see, card top. Here we're going to have padding, and it's going to be 0 to remove padding from our instructor card top. And next we're going to have instructor card top once more, and this time around we're going to be styling the image. We're going to have width, and our width here is going to be 100%. And next we're going to have border. Let's see, border top right radius. This is what we need. It's going to be 10px. Just copy and paste this once more and change it to top left radius. This means that we're only going to have a border radius at the top left and top right, top left and top right, and this is what we need. Then next we're going to start our, let's see, instructor subject, which is this subject right here, web designer. So for the instructor subject, I'm going to just, let's see, let's type it out first. Instructor subject, it's going to be 15px. Sorry, it's going to have a font size which is going to be 15px. Let's see what it looks like, and let's make sure it does not have any special design right here. Yes, it doesn't. Let's go ahead and start the instructor name. Just down here, I'm going to have instructor. This time around, it's going to be name, and the font size here is going to be 20px, and color here is going to be gray text color. Then next, we're going to have our instructor card button. Instructor card button. Here we're going to have display flex, and next we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have justify content, and it's going to be center. Next we're going to have flex direction, and here it's going to be column. Then next we're going to have margin top. The margin top here is going to be 1.5 rem. This is supposed to be 1.5 rem. next one we have gap. Let's see, gap here, and it's going to be 5px. That is just what we want. Let's see what this looks like. This is it for our instructor cards bottom. Next, what we need to add here is to start our instructor reviews, which we've already done before, which are star reviews. This is what I'm talking about. Star review. I don't think we've started this star review before. Okay, this is the first one. Let's go ahead and style it. Let's see. Instructor reviews. Here we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items center. The next we're going to add cap, and it's going to be 5px. The next we're going to start our star reviews themselves. Instructor star reviews once more. Instructor. Let's see. Instructor. This is what we want. Instructor reviews, then our I tag. Here we're going to have color, and the color here is going to be, let's see, it's going to be the same orange color we've used before. FF this one 9800. The next we're going to have font size for the icons, and it's going to be 11px. Let's see what they look like. This is our icons right here, and our number of reviews, just what we want. The next, let's see, I'm going to have a font weight, and I'm not going to have a font weight right here. What we need next is our reviews text. This is where we're going to have our font weight, reviews text, and here we're going to have font weight, and font weight here is going to be 500. Then we're going to have font size, which is going to be 13px. Then next we're going to have color, which is going to be gray text color. Let's see what this looks like. This is it right here. As you can see, it looks very nice, much more nicer than before. The next we're going to start our instructor card footer. Let's see. Right here we have our instructor card footer after the reviews text. Let's see if it's available. Right here, where is it? Here, instructor card footer. Just copy this and paste it in here. This is what we want. And for instructor card footer, we're going to have the basic style attributes for display flex. Just paste this in, and we should continue from there. Next, we're going to add justify content, space between, and next we're going to add padding top, so add space to the top of our card footer. It's going to be 10px, and next we're going to add gap, which is going to be 5px, and I'm going to add weight, and our weight is going to be 100%, and margin top is going to be 0.5 rem. Then I'm going to add border and border top, not border and border top. What we need is just border top, and it's going to be 1px solid, and we're going to add a variable which is going to be our light gray color. Let's see what our card footer look like. This is it, our border top which we just added, and that is it for the border instructor card footer style. Next we're going to start instructor history. Let's see. Instructor history. Here we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items. It's going to be center. The next we're going to have gap here, and it's going to be 5px. Then after that we're going to start our enrolled icon. Let's see. Enrolled icon. Here we're going to need our gray text color. So let us type in gray text color. This is it. And here we're going to need font size 13px. Let's see what our enrolled icon looks like. This is it right here, just what we want. Next we're going to start our enrolled users. It's going to have a similar color to the enrolled icon, which is the gray text color. Let's say enrolled users. Here we're going to have a color once more, and it's going to be gray text color. And next we're going to have font size once more, and it's going to be 14px this time around. This is supposed to be font size. As you can see, it looks much more nicer than before. Then what we have next is our instructor enroll btn, which is this button right here. Let's see, instructor let's see, enroll btn, and that is the class we need. For the instructor enroll btn, what you have to add are the basic style attributes once more. You can just copy this and paste it in here, and that should do it. Next, we're going to add a justify content, which is going to be center. And next, we're going to add color, which is going to be hash FFF. It is white. We're going to add a background here, and it's going to be main color. And next, we're going to have padding. Our padding here is going to be 14px, and width here is going to be 120px. Then next, we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 15px for the enroll button, and border radius to make it look curvy, which is going to be 5px, and we're going to add border and none to remove every border. And that is it for our package. Sorry, for our instructor section. As you can see, it looks nice. All we have to do now is paste it 2 more times to make it look just like what we have right here. So let's go ahead and copy and paste. Let's see, this is our instructor card. Copy this and paste it 2 more times, and that should do it. Let's see, as you can see, our instructor card is now just like what we have. So let's change things around. We need to bring this to the center. Let's see where it is. Instructor, let's see, instructor card button. This is a problem. This is supposed to be card button. It's not supposed to be card button, it's supposed to be card button. So just change this to card button for all of them, and let's see, that should do it. This is now what we want. All we have to do now is change the image to something else. Let's see, CR6. I'm going to change it to CR6 and change the second one. Let's see, so CR2. Just different images. You can use any image you have. This is just what we want, as you can see. Next, we can go ahead and start our package section, which is the last section. Let's go ahead and continue with the package section in CSS. Here we're going to type in package section, and after that, in our package section, we're going to have flex direction. Here in the package section, flex direction is going to be, let's see, column, and here we're going to have display flex. Then next we're going to have align items, which is going to be center. Then next we're going to have justify contents, it's also going to be center. And after that, we're going to have margin top. The margin top here is going to be let's change it to 5 rem, and we're going to have padding bottom, and it's going to be 70px. Then after that, we're going to have our package header. Let's see, package set. What we need is package section, and then header section, header, like this. And we're going to have display flex right here. And next we're going to have align items, which is going to be center. Then next we're going to have flex direction, which is going to be column. And after that, we're going to have text align, it's going to be center once more. And we're going to have width right here, which is going to be 100%. And after that, we're going to have our package head description, which is the description for our package. This description right here, and it head text. We're going to need a flex direction column here to make that look just like what we want, like this. This is what we want. Now let's go ahead and continue with our package codes. Here we're going to have package head description. We have to make sure that is correct and available in order not to make any mistake. Let's see, package head description, exactly. This is just what we want. Here we're going to type in, let's paste this in. That's a mistake. I don't think I copied this correctly. This is it. Copy and paste this right here, and in here we're going to have color. Our color here is going to be we're going to use gray text color. And next we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 17px. Then next we're going to have line height, which is going to be line height, not line this style. Line height is going to be 26px, and we're going to have text align, and it's going to be center. The next we're going to have text wrap, and it's going to be wrap, and Lastly, we're going to have margin, and it's going to be 0px, 0px, and 5px. The next, we're going to have package cards. Let's see, just down here, we're going to have package cards. This package card is the container that holds all our package cards, which are the 3 package cards you can see right here: the basic, standard, and platinum. This is what we are about to create right now. But firstly, we have to write the styles and code to make them look responsive. So what we have to do is grab our grid, ones we've already used before, and just copy and paste this right inside our package cards to make them look like just what we want. Paste this in here, and we are going to change a couple of things around. Here, margin top is going to be 2rem, and next we're going to have justify content. Let's see. Here we need width 100%, and next we're going to have gap, it's going to be 20px. Then after that, we're going to have package card to style them directly. Package card, and here we're going to have padding for our package card. It's going to be 30px, 30px. Then after that, we're going to have package type, and it's going to be, let's see, for package type, we're going to need font size and colors. Font size here is going to be 21px, and the color here is going to be head text color. Exactly. Next, we're going to add margin top, and it's going to be 15px. The next, we're going to add best value button. Right here, we're going to have best value button. Let's see what our package card looks like right now. As you can see, it's beginning to look like just what we want. Okay, here in the best value button, we need display flex, and we also need align items. It's going to be center. The next, we're going to add justify content. It's going to be center. Then we're going to have our color, which is going to be white, and next we're going to add a background. We've already used our orange color before, and we're going to use it again. It's going to be, let's see, FF, this one right here, and we're going to add a padding, and our padding here is going to be for top, bottom, left, and right. It's going to be 8px and 20px. The next one, we're going to add a font size, which is going to be, let's see, 14px, and a width, which is going to be fit content. The next, we're going to add main width, and our main width here is going to be 60px, and border radius here is going to be, let's see, 30px, and our border here, let's see, our border here is going to be none, to remove every border. The next, we're going to have a package amount. But firstly, let's see what our button looks like. This is it, the best value button. That looks nice. Next, for package amount, we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 50px, and we're going to have margin top, and our margin top here is going to be 18px. The next, we're going to have font width, which is going to be bold. And next, we're going to have color, and our color here is going to be gray text color. Let's see what it looks like. This is the package amount. As you can see, it looks nice. The next, we're going to style our package description. Let's see, package description. In here, we're going to have color, and it's going to be gray text color. The next, we're going to have text wrap, and let's see, it's going to be no wrap. And next, we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 16px. Let's see what it looks like. This is it right here. Let's see what it actually is. I don't think that is it. Let's change this color to red, and let's see what it is. It's not even available. There is an error. Let's copy this and check if it's available in HTML. It's actually available. This is it right here, package description, and this is our package description right here. Let's change the color back to what it was. That is okay. What we have to do is style our package offer container next. Let's see, package offer container. Our package offer container is this offers right down here, and we're going to add a few styles to them to make them look much more nicer. For the package offer container, what we need is display flex and We need flex direction, and it's going to be column. And next we're going to add a gap, and our gap is going to be 10 px. And next we're going to need justify content, and it's going to be start. Then after that we're going to add align items, it's also going to be start. And next we're going to add margin top, which is the last style for our package of our container. Margin top here is going to be 1 rem. Let's see if that works. That does not work because it seems there is an error. Let's make sure it's available in HTML. It's available and it actually works, but we need to add some styles to the list tag to make them side by side, to place the icon and the text side by side. So next we're going to bring our package of our container once more, and this time around we're going to be using it to style our list tag. Here we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 15px. And next we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have align items, and it's going to be center. Then next we're going to have gap, and our gap here is going to be 10px. And we're going to have padding here, and it's going to be 10px, 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 and 0px. Let's see what that looks like. This does not look good for some reason. I think there is actually a problem right here with our code. The problem is that our package here has a small letter right here, a lowercase, but in the HTML we have an uppercase right here. I have to change this to a lowercase for it to work. So change all of them to lowercases. Right here, this should also be a lowercase, and also we should also have a lowercase right here, and that should do it. As you can see, they are now side by side. This is just what we want. Then next we're going to style our check icon, and also in HTML we have to add some classes right here for our cancelled offer. So in the cancelled offer icon we have to remove this package check icon and change it to cancelled. Let's see right here, delete this for the cancelled offer, change this to cancelled offer, and that should do it. Change this to cancelled offer, and let's make sure this is correct. This is supposed to be cancelled. Copy and paste this in all cancelled up for all cancelled offer. Paste this here for anyone that has the X mark icon. Paste this here, and also we have to paste it in the other ones. Paste it here, and we have 2 more to go. Paste it here, and lastly we have to paste it here. And also we have to create a class. Actually, what we need here is cancelled icon, not cancelled offer. Let's just change all occurrences. So change it to cancelled icon. Where we need change offer is cancelled offer is right here in the list tag. Create a class for the list tag, and here the class is going to be cancelled offer. Let's see, cancelled icon. Then inside here for the cancelled icons we're going to have a class, and it's going to be, let's see, it's going to be cancelled offer. We can just copy and paste this class a few more times to achieve what we want. Paste it here, and we're also going to have to paste it here for this list tag, and we're also going to have to paste it here. Then lastly we need our class right here and here, and that should do it. Now what we have left is our package icons. Let's go right ahead and start our package check icon and cancelled offer. Here we're going to type out our package, let's see, check icon, and in here what we need, let's see, what we need is display flex, and we need display flex, and next we need align items, it's going to be center, and next we need justify content, it's also going to be center. Then after that we are going to need color, and our color here is going to be main color, and main color, not main background. Main color, and the background is going to be main background. Then next we're going to add a border radius, and our border radius here is going to be 100%. And next we're going to add a padding, which is going to be 10 px. Then next we're going to add font size, which is going to be 15 px. Then after that we're going to add our cancelled offer class, the cancelled offer we just created. Let's make sure it is correct in order to avoid error. Copy this and search for it in HTML, and if it appears, then it's correct. Let's go ahead and style it. Here for the cancelled offer, we're going to have opacity, and it's going to be 0.8 to make it look blurred out for the cancelled offers. Let's see. For the cancelled offers, I think there might be another mistake. This should be a smaller and a lowercase, and that should work. You can even reduce the opacity to make it look much more blurred out, and this is just what we want, but we don't need it to be too light. 0.7 should work. So next, what I'm going to start is our cancelled icon. Let's see, cancelled icon should be next. And for our cancelled icon, we need display flex. And next, we're going to add line items, which is going to be center, and we're going to need justify content. It's also going to be center. And after that, we're going to add color, and the color here is going to be a red color, which is going to be #F. Let's see, F7 3 6 4 9, and that should do it. Next we're going to need a background, and our background here is going to be, let's see, #FDF 2F3. And next we're going to add a border radius, and our border radius here to make it curvy is going to be 100%. And next we're going to add a padding, and our padding here is going to be 10px. Then next we're going to add a font size, and our font size here is going to be 15px. Let's see what it looks like. This is exactly what we want. This is just what it looks like. As you can see right here, this is what we're also going to have to reduce the opacity to make it look actually cancelled. And as you can see, that looks better, just like right here. We need to bring our document over here to make it closer to the demo and easier to access. As you can see, this is coming along nicely. All we have to do now is to style our button. Now let's style the start package button. Down here, we're going to style our start package button, start package and button. In here, we're going to have display flex, and we're going to have justify content. After that, our justify content here is going to be center, and next we're going to add border, and our border here is going to be 4px solid. Let's see, hash. This is going to be kind of blue color, D9. Let's see, D9 F5 EB, and that should do it. Next we're going to add width, which is going to be 100%, and padding here is going to be 29px, and margin top is going to be 1.5 rem. Then next we're going to add a height here, and our height is going to be 30px, and background is going to be #FFF, which is our white color, and border radius here, let's see, let's change border radius. It's going to be 30px, and here we're going to have font size, and our font size here is going to be 17px. Then next we're going to have color, which we are going to change to main color. Our button is going to be main color, and next we're going to have font weight, and it's going to be bold to make the button text look bold. And next we're going to set cursor to pointer, and let's add a hover effect to our start button to make it change background and color whenever we hover on our start button. Start package button, and we're going to have hover right in front of it, and background is going to, let's say, background is going to be changed to main color whenever we hover on it, and color is going to be changed to white. That should do it. Let's see what it looks like. This is our start button right here, but it seems there is a problem with the text. We need to set align items to center right here in order to make that come to the center. Align items and it's going to be center. Now the text is going to be in the center of our button, and that is what we need. Next, we're going to style our active button. Just down here, we're going to create our active button class. Active package. Let's see. Active package button. And here we're going to have display flex, and you can just copy and paste all of this, then change things around. It's basically the same thing, but with different styles. So here, what we need for our active button is the background. Background here is going to be main color, not main background. Then next, we're going to set font size. This should be closed. That is an error. Next, what we need is to set color to white. We don't need the color to be main color. That should look quite bad. Color should be white here, and that should do it. That's what our active button looks like. This is it. That's what we want. And next, we're going to change the hover effect. Let's copy and paste this hover effect and change it around to suit our active button. Copy our active button. Actually, just change this to active, and that should do it. Now, for the active button, what we need is to change the background whenever we hover on it. The background here, let's see what the hover effect looks like on this one. It changes to green whenever we hover on it. So what we're going to do for the color is to delete this, and here we're going to, let's see, here we're going to have hash. For the green color, we're going to have hash 24E3 E397, and that should be our green color. Let's see, this is it right here, our green color. And I think our cards are quite responsive already. All we have to do now is to create our footer, this footer down here, and that is the last style we have. So for our footer, we're going to have to write out our copyright. That's the last. We have to style our footer lastly before we head over and make everything responsive on smaller and larger devices. Here we're going to have copyright for our footer, and we're going to have text align. It's going to be center, and we're going to have padding. Here it's going to be 10px, and next we're going to have background, and the background here, let's set this to hash. Let's use hash 3333 and 733, and this is not very correct. There is a problem. I think we need 333 and 733. This should be 113, and that should be it. Next, what we need is color. We need to set color to white, and I'm going to add width, and it's going to be 100%. The next, we're going to add font weight, and our font weight here is going to be bold. Then after that, we're going to add font size, and our font size here is going to be 13px. Here we're going to add our media queries, but firstly, let's see what our footer looks like. It does not look too good. We're going to need to make this a bit darker to make it look just like what we want. Let's see. Let's change this to black, and that should do it. It's not exactly the same color, but this should be okay for our footer. That looks nice. Next, we're going to add the media queries to make our website responsive on smaller devices. As you can see, it's not really responsive. So let's add our media queries to make it responsive. So right here, what we have to do is add media, and we're going to have our first media query here, which is max width, and here we're going to have 1380px. This is our large device, and here we're going to have that container, and on this device container is going to have a padding, and we're going to change the padding to 32px and 60px. The next we're going to have hero header text right here, and I'm going to reduce the font size to 32px. This is it for our largest device. Next, we're going to head over to the second device. You can just copy and paste this and then change things around. Here for the second device is going to be 1280 px. So just change this to 280, that is minus 100. And here the padding for our container is going to be 40 px, just change that to 40 px. And here we're going to remove the hero header text. What we need here is the feature card, and we're going to change padding here to 20 px. Then next we're going to bring our achievement container right here, and we're going to change gap to 30 px. Then after that we're going to type out our service type, and our service type here, the font size is going to become 17 px on this smaller device. Then next we're going to head over to the next device. We're going to change this to 928 px. Here, let's see, we need toggle button right here. Let's remove this two first. This is where the toggle button will appear. The toggle button that will help us toggle the sidebar. As you can see right now, our toggle button is invisible, but once we scroll down to this 920 px, we're going to make toggle button display flex. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, it appears on smaller devices. That looks nice. So next, what we're going to do is start our links container. So on this small device, links container is going to become display none. As you can see, it's now quite unresponsive. It's beginning to collapse and not look nice. So what we have to do now is remove it by typing in display none. The next, what we're going to do is to change wrap text to 100%. Let's see, wrap text here is going to become 100%. And then next we're going to set head text. It's going to be width actually. Width is going to be 100%. And then next we're going to set head text. On the head text here is going to be 23 px. The font size 23 px. The next we're going to have container down here. Actually we should add container here, just up here, container. And our container here is going to be it's going to have padding, which is going to be 32 px and 70 px. Then down here we're going to have our feature section next. Let's set feature section. And here we're going to have flex direction, and it's going to be column. Let's see what it looks like. This is our feature section. It's supposed to become column on this smaller device. Firstly, let's see if it's available in HTML. This is it right here. It's available. Feature section container is what we are supposed to type in there. So let's just paste this in and it should work. Beautiful. As you can see, this is what it will look like on smaller devices, just like in our demo right here. It's beginning to look exactly like what we want. The next, we're going to set our feature. Let's see, we need more code for our feature section container. I'm going to add margin top right here, margin top, and we're going to have -3 rem. Then next we're going to add feature type, and feature type is font size is going to become 13 px. Then next we're going to add feature description, and here it's going to become font size is going to become 13 px, and line height is going to become 20 px. What we need here is line height, not solid style type. Line height here, line height is going to become 20 px. Then next we're going to start our navbar container. Navbar container just down here, navbar container, and here our navbar container background is going to be, let's set it to white. And next we're going to have our hero header text just here. hero header text, and here the font size is going to become 25 px. And next we're going to have hero description, and hero description here is going to have font size which is also going to be 16 px. Then after that we are going to have our get started button, which are going to make disappear on smaller screen. Let's see what we have here. As you can see, this is looking very nice. Here I'm going to remove the get started button, set it to display none, and it will disappear. And now our button have disappeared. Next, I'm going to start our sign in button to make it look much more nicer on this small device. But first, let's style our logo itself. Logo text here. Let's set font size. So let's use 18 px. Let's see what it looks like. So small, we'll have to set it to 24 px. This looks better. Then next, we're going to style our sign in button to make it look much more better. Here, our sign in button's background is going to become main color. This tiny button right here, we're going to style it to look just like what we have here in the demo. The background is going to become main color, and color here is going to become white. Then next, we're going to have border. We don't actually need border none. What we need here is width. The width here is going to become 85 px, and font size is going to be, let's set font width instead. Font width is going to be bold. Then we're going to have height, bold, and height here is going to become 38 px, and padding is going to be 14 px. And let's see what that looks like. This does not look so good. Let's set the fonts. Let's see, font size should be 12 px, and that should be better. That looks good. Let's see, it has a border radius here. I have to add a border radius, and our border radius is going to be 3 px. Let's see what it looks like. That looks good. The next, what we have to do is style our achievement number. The number looks too large on this small device, so for achievement number we are going to change the font size, and we're also going to change font size for achievement type. Achievement number and font size here is going to be 32 px, and for our achievement type, the font size is going to be, let's see, 15 px. And we're going to change the instructor description text, and the font size is going to be 14 px, and line height here is going to be 23 px. The next, we're going to style our offers container. Let's see, offers container. Here for our first container, we're going to have font size, and it's going to be 14 px, and we're going to style our arrow button. This arrow button right here, the arrow button right here, and our arrow button is the weight is going to be 140 px, and font size here is going to be, let's set it to 16 px. The next, we're going to have padding, and our padding here is going to be 13 px, and margin top is going to be 1.5 rem. Next, we're going to start our service type. Here we're going to have service type, and our service type here is going to have a font size. And the font size here, let's set it to 18 px, and we always have service description. Next, our service description font size is going to be 14 px, and we're going to have higher bottom icon, and it's going to have a padding, and here is going to be 10 px, and height here is going to be 20 px. Next, we're going to set width to 20 px, and font size is going to be 20 px. The next, we're going to have instructor section, and our instructor section here is going to have margin top I will set the margin top to 3 rem. Margin top supposed to be margin top in here 3 rem, and next we're going to have higher top left. And when we say higher top left, we mean our instructor section, the higher top left right here in the instructor section. As you can see, they look too squeezed. What you have to do is set them to 100% to make them, let's see, to make them spaced out. Let's say higher top left, and for this higher top left, we're going to set the width to 100%, and we have to set higher top container. Let's see, higher top container, and I will set flex direction to column reverse. And next we're going to have instructor. We're going to have instructor head text container. Our instructor head text container, and the width is going to be 100%. Then next we're going to have instructor head text. Instructor head text, and the font size here is going to be 25px. Then next we're going to have top image container. Here height is going to be, let's say, 200px, and width is going to be 100%. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. This looks not nice on smaller screens. And next we're going to have, let's see, next after that we're going to have higher bottom right container. Let's see, higher bottom right container. And for higher bottom right container, we're going to set width to 100%, and higher bottom container, the width is also going to be, what we need here is flex direction, which is going to be column. And next, what we need next is our bottom image container. Let's bring our bottom image container, and here we're going to set our bottom image container's height to 200px, and width is going to be 100%. Then next we're going to set our higher bottom right. Let's see what we have. As you can see, this is beginning to look nice, but we still need to add more code to make it look more like just what we want. Here, higher bottom right, let's see, is going to have a width, and the width here is going to be 100%. And next we're going to add the padding, and our padding here is going to be 20px. Then next we're going to have higher bottom right, and then main. We're going to have justify content, and it's going to be start. Let's see what we have there. As you can see, this is just what we want, but I have to make it look much more nicer. And now we have to add a width right here and change the width to 100%, so this bottom can look just like the top. What we have to do is set width here to 100%, and that should do it. This is just what we want. The next, what we are going to do is create another device width right here. We're going to create another media query, and here we're going to have max width, and this one is going to be 760px. And here we're going to have our logo text, and the logo text here is going to have a font size. The font size of our logo text here is going to be 23px. And we're going to have container right after that, container, and the padding is going to be 32px and 20px. Then right after that, we're going to have our hero left, and it's going to be the width here. Width here is going to be 100%, and after that, we're going to have our hero right. Let's see, hero right, and width here is going to be 100%. Let's see what that looks like. that is on smaller devices. It doesn't look good yet because we still need our flex direction to set it to column. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to create our hero section itself, the hero section class right here. What we need here is hero section container. Let's see, hero section, then container. We're going to set it to flex direction and it's going to be column. Let's set flex direction to column, and next we're going to have justify content and it's going to be start. Then after that we're going to have align items, which is also going to be start. Then we're going to have margin top, and our margin top here is going to be 1 rem. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, this is just what we want, just like in the demo. It's beginning to look like just what we want. Let's go ahead and complete our CSS. Next, we're going to have our hero head text. Just down here, we're going to have our hero head text, and it's going to have a font size, and the font size here is going to be 25 px. Then next, we're going to have hero description, and here it's going to be the font size is going to be 14 px. Then after that, we're going to have our achievement container, which is going to have a gap, and the gap here is going to be 30 px, and padding bottom here is going to be 20 px. Then after that, we're going to have our last style, which is going to be instructor description text. Font size is going to be 15 px, and line height here, let's see, it's going to be 1.6, and max width is going to be 90%. That is it for our CSS. As you can see, this looks quite nice. It looks just like what we want and just like what we have in the demo. And let's head over to JS and add some JavaScript to our code. Let's head over to our JS file, and we need to add a padding in this feature section. It does not look so good. So what you have to do now is head over to the feature. Let's see. Our feature is right here, the feature container. Just add a container class right here, and that should do it. This is what we want. Add our container class, and it would make it responsive without any much effort. And let's head over to app.js. As I said before, if you're still learning JavaScript or if you haven't learned JavaScript, just follow along for the HTML and CSS part and skip the JavaScript part. So let's head over and make our sidebar responsive. As you can see right now, our sidebar button is not yet working because our JS has not yet been added. This is what we want for our JavaScript. We're going to use JavaScript to make our navbar stick to the top whenever we pass our scroll height and open our sidebar with JavaScript. So let's go ahead and add our JavaScript features. So for JavaScript, we're going to call our classes right here. We're going to say const sidebar. We're going to have sidebar btn right here, and we're going to have document dot query selector, and we're going to have toggle button toggle btn. Then next, let's paste this a few more times and change this around. Next, we're going to have our close btn, and here we're going to have close btn. Then next, we're going to have sidebar. Let's change this to sidebar, and here we're also going to have sidebar. Then here we're going to have windows, and for the class we're going to have body. You don't need the full stop there, just remove the full stop and type in body. Let's copy and paste this one more time and bring in our shadow overlay. We need our shadow overlay right here. And next, I have to type this out correctly. Windows. Here we're going to have sidebar shadow, and that should do it. Let's go ahead and add some event listener to make our sidebar button functional. Here we're going to add an event listener, and it's going to be click, and we're going to add a function right here. It's going to be event And right in here, I'm going to write out our function. I'm going to use events.stop propagation. What this does is to stop our button from triggering other events, which this means that whenever we click on the button, only the events that belongs to our button will be triggered. So we're going to use event.stop propagation right here. And next we're going to add sidebar class list, sidebar.class list dot add, let's see, show sidebar, and let's see what that looks like. As you can see, oh, this is our demo. Let's check it out here. As you can see, this is just what we want, but it's not closing yet because we haven't added the close feature. Let's go ahead and continue. Here we're going to add windows dot style dot overflow y. Let's use overflow y, and I will set it to hidden. This means that whenever we open our sidebar, it won't be possible to scroll on our windows. The next, we're going to add window dot add event listener. Click our event listener here for the window is going to be click, and we're going to call our close sidebar function, which we haven't created yet. What this does is to close the sidebar whenever we click on our windows. So close sidebar. We're going to create our function later for the close sidebar. So next we're going to call our sidebar shadow and dot class list dot toggle. This means that whenever we click on the sidebar button, it's going to toggle our sidebar shadow. So let's use show shadow. Let's see if that works. That does not work. So we're going to type out our sidebar toggle function right here. Sidebar shadow toggle. We're going to add our function later on. And next we're going to create our close sidebar function. Let's create the function for close sidebar. Let's see, close sidebar. And in here we're going to have our functions. We're going to have sidebar. When we click on the button on the close sidebar, we're going to have sidebar.classList.remove show sidebar. This means that whenever we click on the close button, sidebars show sidebar class will be removed and it will retract back into the screen. Let's see what that does. Exactly, just what we want. As you can see, our shadow is now there, but we need to also remove the shadow whenever we close and open the sidebar. We are going to add that later. Let's continue. And now we're going to add sidebar shadow dot class list dot remove. This means that whenever the sidebar is removed, the shadow will also be removed. Remove show shadow. Let's see what that looks like. As you can see, whenever we can now close with our windows and close with the button, and the shadow will also be removed whenever we remove our sidebar. Now let's go ahead and add our show sidebar class. Sorry, our show sidebar function. But firstly, we want to make it scrollable whenever we come back. If you notice, when we open the sidebar, it is not possible to scroll on this screen anymore. And if we come back in, it's not still possible to scroll. What we have to do to bring our scroll back is to type in windows.style.overflow y, and it's going to be, I'm going to set it to scroll. Let's see what it looks like. If you notice, we're not able to scroll now, but when you close it, we're not able to scroll again. That is just what we want. And next, we're going to set our sidebar shadow toggle. The function just down here. And here we're going to have sidebar shadow toggle, the function I said we'll create later. And for the function right here, we're going to have if sidebar dot class list dot contains show shadow. Then sidebar shadow dot class list dot add show shadow. This means that if our sidebar is open, then let's sidebar shadow also become visible. Then show shadow. Then else. This is just basically to make sure that shadow does not appear or disappear without the sidebar also appearing or disappearing. So what we're going to do is to make copy and paste this just down here, and here I'm going to set this to remove instead of add, and it's going to remove shadow if the sidebar is not available. So next, what I'm going to do is we're going to create a close BTN event listener just down here. Here, I'm going to create an event listener for our close BTN. Close BTN.add event listener, and let's see our event listener here for close BTN is going to be click, and let's set the function to event. And down here, we're going to have our function, which is going to say close sidebar. That is the function we've already created just up there, and that is all we want. This is just it for our sidebar, but actually let's see if everything works correctly. As you can see, when we open, I don't think this shadow is here anymore. I think this function might be the problem. Let's remove this and test things out. As you can see, it now works without the function. The function is actually the problem, so we don't need this. The next, what we're going to do is to start our sidebar to avoid stop propagation. This means that our sidebar's event listener will not be carried over and trigger other event listeners. Now we're going to add an event listener here to our sidebar click, and we're going to have function. Here we're going to have event, and next we're going to have event dot stop propagation, and that should do it. This is just what we want for the sidebar. If you notice, the navbar here is fixed, so let's go ahead and do that. So just down here, we're going to set window to add event listener for our navbar. First, let's get the class const, and here we're going to type in navbar container, and we're going to use document dot query selector, and it's going to be that navbar. We need to have a string inside here before we call the class navbar container, and that should do it for the class. Then next we're going to type in window dot add event listener, and here our event listener is going to be scroll, and we need the function right here. Then outside here we are going to have const and scroll height. We're going to find our scroll height right now, and we're going to set our scroll height to window dot page offset. What we need here is y offset, actually y offset, not x offset. And next we're going to get our nav height, const nav height, let's say right here we need nav height is equal to document dot query selector, and we're going to use navbar Actually, you don't need query selector. What we need right here is navbar container dot get bounding client rect. Right here, this is how we get our navbar height and measure it with the scroll height. And here we're going to have dot height. Then here we're going to use a conditional statement. I'm going to say if scroll height is greater than nav height, if scroll height is greater than nav height, then navbar container dot class list dot toggle. This is supposed to be dot toggle, and we're going to set it to, actually let's use add. That is going to be much more better. Add, and I'm going to set it to fixed navbar. Then out here I'm going to say else if the scroll height is not greater than our nav height, then we're going to set navbar container dot class list dot remove, and we're going to set it to remove fixed navbar. Let's see what that looks like. As you can see, this is that is our demo. This does not work. There might be a problem. Let's inspect and check our console to see if there is any problem. Unexpected token. It says syntax error, missing after arguments list. The problem is this C right here. Remove this and change it to function instead, and that should work. Let's see what it looks like. As you can see, our navbar is fixed, but there is a little problem. It's supposed to be at the top. What we have to do is head over to CSS and find fixed navbar and set top to 0, and that should fix it. This is just what we want. As you can see, now our website is completely responsive and we have our fixed navbar. As you can see, it looks just like what we had in the demo. This is perfectly what we want. It's fully responsive and the sidebar works. This is just what we want. And if you really enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask in the comment section below. See you guys in the next video. Goodbye.